All right, sound test. Is everybody hearing everything okay? I need to get rid of this NDI sources thing. I'm not using NDI anymore. Ooh, there's a lot that I need to get rid of, actually. Is the chat working? Oh, yeah, okay. It is working. All right. And I can be heard? Okay, fantastic. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I hope I'm not too loud. Oh, looks like I kind of am. Sorry, I don't know if I've done a stream with my current microphone. It is a TLM 103 Neumann, big expensive boy. Funny story about that. So these microphones usually cost an arm and a leg, and I can't on that basis I cannot recommend them to people trying to get into voice acting. But one of my friends, who's a professional in the audio industry, she was able to get this one because it fell off the back of a truck, and the box was a little damaged, but the microphone was fine. They let her take it for half price, and now it's mine. So that's a funny little story about that. Anyway, how you guys all doing? It's been a minute since our last stream and since our last video, really. If you want to try and get into VA, I'd say AT2020 is pretty good. Behringer Bigfoot, I think it's called. Pretty good Yeti clone that is usually a little cheaper. Let me do the pop filter because I know you guys probably don't want to hear the... But how we all doing today? Okay, we got some good responses to that. First time in your stream? Well, welcome. You've been waiting so long for the next part, it's been killing you because you have nowhere to read it that you can find. Ask around, you'll probably get some responses. I don't want to, start condoning piracy and all that, but I understand that there are some people in positions where they cannot buy the comics. So, just be tenacious about it, I guess, if you really want to. I'd say if you can, though, if you literally have the option at all, support the comics legitimately if you can. Sorry for the long wait on videos. Things have been pretty backed up because we've all got like paths towards the industry now, and we've all got like all sorts of stuff like college and work that is really hammering us. Nobody's as good as you. Well, thank you, Kaiden. I would actually like to give some shout outs to some similar channels that are up and coming. There's, of course, Mario Kart Gamer Dude. He's pretty good. But there's also some newer channels I've been seeing. Spring Games, I think, is one. They've been doing some pretty good dubs. Corby's Cubby has a few pretty good IDW dubs that they're working on as well. So, pretty good stuff is out there for those with the eyes to see it. And just want to give a little shout outs to those because we've been kind of absent, and I understand some people need their fix. Anyway, yeah, so what we're going to be working on today, if I can throw this up, Vegas, we're going to be working on today is issue 35. I don't know if I've shown this off yet. So the way that our current, well, thank you very much. The way that our current workflow works is we have several different editors assigned to each video. So we got Gerbil working on something. We got me working on a few things. We got Ryan working on stuff. Hyper working on stuff. Dylan working on stuff. We kind of just are spreading out issues across our various editors. And this was supposed to speed things up. Welcome to the stream, Nick. This was supposed to speed things up, but because we're still relying on the core team, which is, the sound designers who have been doing a pretty good job, the artists who have also been doing a pretty good job, but, 2D art is a very, very, very big ask for free, like volunteer work these days. And then we have the music, which there's only one musician, and he's also got, commissions and other paid obligations to work on. And that is kind of the point source of delays. We have the next issue very close to being done. It's sound designed. We need to finish the credits, and we need to finish the music, and then we are nearly good to go. But yeah, there's a lot of moving parts in these things, and it is tough to manage it like the well-oiled machine that we used to have, because of the fact that all those moving parts are starting to have other obligations, so to speak. What do we use for editing? Some of us use Sony Vegas, or Magix Vegas as it is now, and some of us use Adobe Premiere, but the bulk of us use Vegas. Either one will do the trick. Premiere might be a little more flexible, I would say, but I haven't used it, so I can't speak to that. Anyway, I don't know if I've shown you issue 35 yet, so let's show you how this is going. Actually, some of you might notice that these Belle lines are called issue 35 and 36 retake, and that's something that I would like to cover. The voice that you heard for Belle in the older, am I going to Sonic Expo Atlanta? Probably not. I don't want to get too political on this, but the situations regarding travel in the United States and even outside coming into the United States has been absolutely horrible lately. Several countries are, issuing warnings like, hey, do not go to the United States because the whole border control immigration people are going to give you a really hard time, like a really, really hard time. Obviously, I live in the U.S., but the problem is that if the United States doesn't get its crap together by the time Expo Atlanta happens, that means if I go, I'm not going to be able to go with my partner, as well as several other friends. No, I didn't move. I'm still here. Home state of Kansas. But yeah, if I do go, won't be able to go with my partner, several friends, and it's just going to be really upsetting. And that's if traveling in general doesn't give me a hard time, because I've heard even people with U.S. citizenship going outside the country and then coming back in are having are having a really hard time. So, and I don't want to be all doomer about it, because we're here to have fun. But that is unfortunately the reality of the situation. I feel like it's hard to not touch on that in some way when you're talking about these kind of topics. That's how I feel, man. Like, I really, really do want America to be, great. I love the concept of it just on paper. And people keep messing with it. Presidents keep messing with it. Even the last presidency was very unimpressive for me. I think the biggest thing I was looking forward to with the last presidency... No, you're fine. You're fine. We all got a vent. I don't want to keep on the topic too long. I mean, you guys can still talk about it on the chat, but, me personally, I will get a move on just so that we can get off that topic and stuff. Yeah, Ryan will be there. A few people from Adrenaline will be there unless things change. But Adrenaline Dubs will have a presence at Sonic Expo Atlanta. Not this get political. I was just talking about travel situations in the U.S., traveling in or out of the country, or even within the country. People are having hard times, especially if you're traveling from outside to the U.S. It's we were talking about it because of Sonic Expo coming up in August. Yeah, and it sucks because I know how hard the Expo team has worked to get all this sorted. But yeah, even last presidency, I was thinking, oh, student loan stuff, that's cool that they're, doing the student loan forgiveness. But it took so long for that to happen that by the time it started happening, it didn't even matter because the new presidency got ushered in. So, I have my criticisms of pretty much everything from the last. I don't want to, act like... I do have a side I lean towards, but I don't want to get too deep into that sort of world on this stream in particular. People know where I stand. I mean, Just look at the Trevor Project streams, dude. But yeah, I've not been impressed with America for a very long time. Maybe maybe when I was a kid, it was like, oh yeah, Obama's gonna be great and stuff like that. But now that I'm wiser and I'm like nearing 26, oh my god, oh god, I'm almost 26. I'm turning 26 in June. Oh god. Now that I'm much older and wiser, I kind of just look at the past and I look at just everything laid out now that I'm not rose-tinted being a teenager or kid. And I'm like, oh, God. Oh, God, what have we done? Anyway, doom and gloom from me, that's over. I know, again, we're here to have fun. But I feel like you can't touch on really anything regarding like travel without addressing... Yeah. Honestly, world leaders are just not impressing me lately. Just turned 28. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to act like it's amazing in my planned destination, which is the UK. I mean, I've quite liked Scotland and the moves that their government have been trying to make. And I really hope that they can get some independence, because if they can get independence before I move, that's going to be great. Yeah, I'm not that old. It's just funny. There's people around who's like, they're like, oh, I'm turning 14, turning 15. And I'm just sitting there like, man, that was me like 10 years ago. Dear God. All right. I'm going to push that all to the side. I mean, you guys can still talk about it, like I said, if you want, but I'm going to get a move on with the stream because we've already taken, how long? 15 minutes? And I think you guys are waiting for some dubs here, or to see the dub so far. And like I said, you might notice issue 35 and 36 retakes on Belle. The voice you heard in the last, when we revealed Belle's voice, it's a little different now. The filter's a little different, but specifically the delivery's different, and I think you're going to like what we came up with. It's the same actress, Dealey. But, yeah, I think you guys are going to really like this. Hopefully, Evan Stanley is going to much prefer it to what we had before. I don't know if she watches the dubs or how involved she is, but we got it a little bit closer to what she initially wanted after some tweaking. It wasn't a direct request to us, but it was something that she mentioned a while ago, and I tried to kind of push it in that direction when I first did the casting, but unfortunately it didn't come out quite that way. But then recently I started bringing it up again, and Dealey was like, you know what, I'm going to redo all of these so that I can act them better, but also so I can get closer to the voice that we're looking for. Is this channel the owner of IDW? No, we operate completely independently of Sega Sonic Team. We're not affiliated with anybody officially. We're just doing this unofficially just to have fun. But we do try to stick to what is the closest vision that we can really extrapolate from the comics and information. There are some liberties taken. Like, I don't think the diamond cutters are meant to all be, you know, from around the UK area, but it was a fun liberty I wanted to take because I already decided on a British accent for Whisper, and I was like, you know what if we just... And also, Dr. Bean, the guy that I wanted to get for Smithy, you know, he had that really strong British voice, and when I heard his voice, I was like, that's Smithy right there. No, it's fine. But yeah, I was like, that's Smithy right there. And then I was like, you know what? Let's go whole hog on it. All right, I won't waste any more of your time. Get ready. We're going to do issue 30. We're going to play what we got issue 35 so far.
How do they just keep coming?
Who knows how many could be packed inside the walls?
They're not exactly the toughest bots, but this isn't going to hold forever.
I've got an idea. Get ready to follow me.
Right.
I'm going to pause this real quick because I am going to turn this down to, dear God. I think actually, sorry to pause it. I just got to check something. Dynamic RAM preview max. Let's kick the RAM up. Okay.
This isn't gonna hold forever.
Okay, it's still choppy. Whatever.
I've got an idea. Get ready to follow me.
Right behind you, bud.
Up here, bolt brains. Let's put those explosions to good use.
Nice. Hold on tight. We're getting out of here. Keep your hands and arms inside the vehicle at all times. Everybody good? All right. Follow me. Last one out's Rotten Eggman. Uh-oh.
I am not getting smashed to splinters in this dump. Get ready, Tails!
Huh? What? Whoa!
Hey, not bad.
I think I'm all secret based out for today. How about you guys?
Woohoo! Yeah! Ha-ha! That was fun.
That was horrifying.
It's actually pretty normal for us. I guess I should let the others know what happened. Oh! There's a message from Rouge!
Tails, we've got trouble on our end. I need you to meet me in White Park ASAP. I'll fill you in when you arrive. Sending coordinates now. Drop Sonic off at the chateau to help Amy and the others. Rouge out.
What was that all about?
I don't know, but it sounds serious. We should get going.
Yeah. Okay, puppety girl. We're gonna bounce. Nice knowing you.
Wait, could I get a ride, maybe?
Sonic! We can't just leave her out here. She just saved me. Twice.
I promise I'm not looking for trouble. Let me prove it to you. Also, the place I was hiding out in is full of badniks now, and I don't really have anywhere else to go, so...
Fine. We'll take you to White Park.
Oh, thank goodness.
All right, let's fly.
Pick a wing and hold on tight.
Thank you so... Wait, a wing? I don't think I like flying.
You didn't fall off. I'd call that a win. Couple more flights and you'll get the hang of it.
Sonic! I knew you'd come.
You did?
No, but I'm not complaining. I came down here to see if I could find Rouge. She called Tails, right? We could really use his help figuring out which parts to take. Hey, where is Tails?
We heard from Rouge. She needed Tails for an emergency. You don't know anything about that?
No, there's still some snags, but I wouldn't call it an emergency. Super weird. Let's head up to the penthouse, Sonic. Maybe you can bust open the... Hi, you're...
Belle. She's helping out.
Neat! We can use the extra hands. Come on! Almost there.
Awesome. More spooky old robot junk. Nothing could go wrong with that.
Mr. Sonic, it's terrible! We can't break the cage without hurting the poor Chow! And there's so many locks!
Locks? I can do locks.
You can?
If there's something that could use a little tinkering, I'm your girl.
Hooray! Thank you!
Whoa. Well, okay then.
I'm Cream! What's your name?
Belle, nice to meet you. Hey, is that guy...
The big meanie? Yep!
Oh, okay.
What's up?
I didn't want to worry Cream, but I've got a bad feeling about Rouge and Tails. If Rouge changed the plan, she should have told me. We need to find them.
Yeah. I'll do a sweep outside. If they're anywhere in White Park, I'll find them.
Good luck! Where did Mr. Sonic go? To go get Tails. He'll be right back.
Our situation is still extremely tenuous. We do not have time for it.
Uh-oh. Clutch!
Subject was confirmed unconscious moment ago.
Haven't you kids ever heard of playing possum?
Come on and fight fair!
Turnabout is fair play, missy. Do you know why I leave my door unlocked? It's because the folks who know why aren't foolish enough to cross me. And the folks who don't won't make it out alive. So long. Good doing business with you.
And that's what I got of issue 35. Yeah, it should be noted, there's basically no sound effects in this at all. That usually happens much later. However, for Clutch's gun here, I did want to design sounds pretty early because I had a pretty good idea of how I wanted it to sound. I wanted it to sound like one of those old Wild West type things. And for that, I used a fair few sounds from a game called Fistful of Frags. It's a cowboy first-person shooter that is it uses the Source engine, which powers Team Fortress 2, Portal, Half-Life 2, Counter-Strike. It is a fantastic mod, and it was a huge part of my childhood. And I just love the sound design in that game, and I really wanted to kind of pay homage to it. And just old Western films that game is based on. So it's like entirely mixed with sounds from Fistful of Frags. I'll give you another listen. Also, the panels will still need some editing. That's going to be handled by some 2D artists. As you can see, some things are not cleaned up quite yet. There have been some attempts made, but yeah, you can see like this panel is supposed to disappear behind the one behind her hammer. It's supposed to disappear, but I don't have that fully figured out yet. I might actually keep it behind her hammer in the final edit. But yeah, very unfinished. I'll play that sound for you again.
Turnabout is fair play, missy.
I love the little like coach gun type sound I put there. Good stuff. Fistful Frags is very fun, and I think that kind of sound design really fits this gun. Yeah, rest of it not done, unfortunately. But, you know, we're getting there. It's pretty well filled out. I think I'm about halfway through the comic. And yeah, that is in fact Mongo doing Clutch, as revealed before. This was the voice role that actually got him brought on, because he was in our server and he just he put like a little recording of like a Clutch voice in our creative chat. You know, just messing around, just having fun. And I loved it so much that I was like, there we go. That's the guy. And now Mongo's gone on to voice a whole ton of other characters for us, and he does a great job. So yeah, give him a round of applause. About to reach one. I assume you mean 100,000. Yeah, we're close. We just need to get back in the flow, which has been very hard. My job, I have a full-time job, 8 hours a day, and I have pretty much no time to do anything else besides that job during the day. I can only ever communicate on my phone during breaks, and we are closing up the busy season. I'm using OBS, just plain old OBS. But yeah, we're in a crazy busy season at my job, and so it's been really difficult for me to dedicate to this. Last time I touched this was actually February, so it's been a hot minute. But, you know, I'm hoping to get some work done on this now. I'm going to join the Adrenaline private server at some point and maybe get some other people in. But for now, it's just me. Yeah, I feel that. I got a lot of projects going on. I got an original game I still need to get off the ground, but it's been very hard because I can't really be as hands-on with my job going on. So anyway, yeah, a thing you might have noticed about Belle compared to the original voice reveal, she now has a Minnesota accent. That was something that Evan Stanley mentioned about wanting her voice to sound like at some point. And the first actress we had for Belle, which was never revealed because she had to take a break from voice acting pretty much right after loading the stream. Thank you very much, Patty, for the kind words. Pretty much like right after a certain point, she had to take a voice acting leave to focus on her education. But she was from Minnesota. And so she was already going to kind of inject some of that. However, when she took her leave, there was somebody else who sounded really, really close. And that was Dealey. So I reached out to her, had her audition, and it didn't have the Minnesota accent, but I was pretty much fine with that at the time. But as time went on, I at some point expressed, I kind of wanted Belle to have a Minnesota accent like Evan Stanley said, but it didn't end up materializing. Dealey saw that and reached out and was like, hey, I want to redo these lines with, more of an accent, and also because my acting's improved. And so that's what you're hearing there. That filter, yeah, I do that in FL Studio. I don't do the Omega filter. That is Tech, who also voices Omega and also does our music. And I don't know exactly how he does it, but yeah, he uses FL Studio as well. Everything else, like G Merle's voice effect, that is also my doing in FL Studio. Belle's voice effect, yeah, FL Studio. Neo, I think everybody knows that was in FL Studio as well because I used it in Overclocked and I eventually released it, and it's FL Studio files. All right. Well, without further ado, I might as well continue this. I feel that. I have such a hard time working on stuff. Yeah, it's kind of, he's got a real strong drawl. And I personally think it works. Archie dubs, I'm actually not sure where those are. Gerbil has expressed interest in bringing them back, and working on them again, but he's also been really stacked with stuff. So, and considering that's like a whole different team for the most part, we kind of overextended during the Archie days. I will say this, I definitely overextended a bit. With the way that I managed things. It wasn't even just Archie. I don't want to throw Gerbil under the bus. He managed that team really, really well, and he generally manages things pretty well. But as a group, I would say that I kind of had us overextend. We have several other projects from that sort of time that were running concurrently. Some that did end up kind of materializing, like the Resistance Q&A, which still has yet to materialize proper. Not sure where that's going to be. But we also got some other internal projects that we haven't talked about yet. So hopefully those can make their debut sometime. But yeah, I will put it on me. Because I kind of had us go around and do all these things. I've read bits and pieces of the Sonic and DC comic. I'm still not sure if we're going to do it, but there has been some interest internally. And we even have some speculative casting, so that's pretty fun. But, yeah. I'd really like to see the Resistance Q&A continue, but I don't know what the status of that's going to be, unfortunately. Yeah, Sonic and DC, again, not sure if we're going to dub that, but I have seen some bits and pieces, and I've heard some people's voices for certain characters. I heard a pretty goddamn good Batman, and it's a guy that I've been wanting to properly work with for a while, so that's it's definitely on my radar. And like I said, interest has been very, very high internally from a few of the editors. But yeah, I quite like what I see so far, and I like the voices, the speculative casting we've kind of got for that. And hopefully you'll be able to find out what that is at some point. Yeah, that's a good idea. We don't want to run into an issue where there's like a mystery and we have to kind of hope that whatever we interpret of that mystery ends up being true. We were so lucky with Neo, dude. Like, Trev almost immediately guessed from issue 1, and then issue 2 reinforced it, that the mysterious voice that we hear was Neo Metal Sonic. So I designed the voice filter to kind of mimic Neo Metal Sonic, and he did his voice to kind of mimic it too. And it ended up being Neo Metal Sonic, which is very lucky for us, but, it was pure luck. Yeah, I think it'd be pretty fun to dub the crossover. Who's your favorite Diamond Cutter character? Well, I have a slight bias towards Clairvoyance. But I love them all, and I think Whisper is probably like my like total favorite, which is kind of a boring pick. But that's just the truth. I think Whisper is a super, super cool character. I kind of miss when she was, back when we were caught up on the comics. Well, it was not, I mean, we don't do this as a job, so we were going to fall out of sync real hard eventually, and here we are. We have, like, 40 issues ahead of us. All right, I'm going to start editing this and stop yapping. Yeah, the dubs have become such a, not only have they become so much higher effort, but also just balancing it with our work-life balance is such a pain in the ass. I'm just going to be honest about that. It's a genuine pain to balance some of our jobs with what's going on here and the quality standards. But, you know, it's fun. I mean, it's always fun to go back to these, even if there are story arcs that we're not as interested in. It's still a fun experience. I mean, I wasn't that gripped by the metal virus, and then I actually started dubbing it, and I was like, oh, wow, there's a lot of potential here. Maybe we just don't like reading comics that much. Which it kind of sucks to say. But, I mean, the comic book medium does have, editing dubs on streams is a decent motivator. I say as I talk my mouth off without editing. But yeah, sometimes like a comic medium just doesn't hit the way that you want because we've had so many other mediums, especially in our generations, that they are like audio visual, animation stuff. Hey, take care. Takes me a long time because it's hard to find good sound effects. I don't do most of the sound effects, but it's really just being able to sit down and dedicate time to these because I do an 8-hour shift. Last thing I want to do most days is work on something. I have to kind of force myself sometimes. But yeah, we've had a lot of mediums that I wouldn't say comics have been completely surpassed. There's still a lot of things in comics that you can't really do in other mediums too easily. Yeah, I still like comics. But, something like the metal virus, you are going to lose some of that drama from it being an action-focused Sonic comic. Something like The Walking Dead, you have like way... Well, that's good to hear. I always worry that we're pulling sales away from IDW, which is kind of why I like that we're so behind. Because the last thing I would want to do is pull sales from IDW. I love hearing stories about people getting into the comics and buying them because of our dubs. It's always great. And yeah, there are some territories where the comics just aren't available, and we're all that people have. But yeah, selling the drama of something like a Sonic the Hedgehog zombie apocalypse comic can be pretty hard when, you have to stick to still making a Sonic the Hedgehog comic and the requirements of that, which is, hyper-stylized characters, heavy action sequences, crazy panel usage. It's genuinely amazing work that they put into these things. And it almost creates kind of a tonal clash sometimes. Like, again, you have something like The Walking Dead or even Invincible, where the darker themes are woven into the craft itself directly. You can't go too hard with that with Sonic. But, something like The Walking Dead has a lot more room to breathe. You can make the art bleed misery. Yeah, oh God, I've had so many ideas for April Fool's jokes. I've had a really, really big plan for an April Fool's thing, but I never get the right time. Literally, right as I was going to start it, my job entered heavy busy season, and that was like maybe 1-2 years ago. It was ridiculous. It was really sad because we had so much lined up. But, hopefully I can go back and revise that. I have a whole year to plan now for that, so... Voice for Sergeant. Sergeant. I don't, Is that a typo? I don't recall. A sergeant. All right, I'm going to continue editing this now. You're going to hear a lot, for those who are new to the editing streams, you're going to hear a lot of...
Good doing business with you. Good doing business with. Good doing business. Good doing business with.
You're going to hear a lot of lines repeating. And that is just because I take a bit to kind of feel the timing between things. This actually got a huge revamp recently because internally some folks were saying that it was paced way too fast. And I agreed, so I reshuffled things. And I think it's a lot better than it was. So, yeah, I do that sort of thing to get a better feel for the timing. So, apologies if it gets a little repetitive. You into The Walking Dead? No, I've read very little of it, admittedly. I'm not going to say that I'm a huge fan of it. And as far as Invincible goes, when season 1 came out, I've watched season 1. I haven't watched the other 2 seasons. But after I watched season 1, I was like, God, I need more of this. I want to see how this differs from the comics. And as I was reading the comics, there are some interesting differences. Very, very, very interesting differences. And I think that the show is a lot better from just season 1 compared to the comic. There are some things that are changed and optimized to tell a better story. Some things are cut down. Some things are combined. And it's good stuff. It's really, really good. All right. Take it easy, Dave. Oh, yeah, dude. I literally edit these videos. I have edited these videos so much in the last maybe 6 or 7 years. That I've just gotten to the point where all I hear when I look at a Sonic character is the adrenaline casting. It's gotten that bad. Although recently I've been taking quite a liking to Jason Griffith. Some of you guys might understand that I historically have been very, very, very hard on Sonic Unleashed. Now that I've played the game with the Unleashed Recompiled, the PC port, where it doesn't run at like sub 25 FPS and doesn't have massive input delay, I see the vision. I get it. I understand. And I think a lot of people probably gave it an easier time. Oh my goodness, hold on. my goodness. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, I will say, like, you know, I'm familiar with season 1 of Invincible and a little bit of the comic, but I did stop as soon as I recognized that I was going past the point where season 1 covers. And I was like, man, I know I need more of this, but I don't want to spoil myself too hard, and I just backed off. But I am familiar enough with Invincible to say, you know, its violence and very, very dark themes are way easier to pull off when that's what the whole series is about. With Sonic, you kind of got to work around things. I mean, even the zombie virus is like an Eggman creation. And even when they did try to have the Zombots, like, you remember that panel where Rough and Tumble have big chunks taken out of them from Amy's hammer? I feel like they tried to keep that consistent, and then they probably got told no. And so they just made him get smacked around and, you know, fully complete. And with no holes or anything in them. Because it's probably a little too close to gore. So that's just one example of, like, ways that you kind of have to sidestep around making things too crazy and too dark. That said, when we did the Metal Virus and we were able to just put our all into the dub, you're able to introduce like much more just of that tone you want to sell. Not only because we're not official, but also because you just have more than the comic itself to use. So I'll reiterate this. I don't want to give any flack to the comics and the way that they tell their stories. It is strict out there. And honestly, I think they do a pretty good job, especially artistically. Oh my God. The art is pretty much always good. It's just, you know, we have opportunities to kind of breathe new life into things and utilize that source material in interesting ways that we feel are both true and kind of, you know, just things you can't really do with just a comic alone. And in the case of the Metal Virus, it really helped. And I think in the case of these upcoming arcs, it might help as well. I think it's going to help really, like, breathe new enjoyment for us personally in terms of these stories. Because a lot of the stories, they've been pretty harshly criticized, and sometimes some of that criticism is warranted. I think some people take it too far, and also, you know, they tend to point to names rather than the larger problem of Sega has to approve everything and go in and, you know, toy with everything, and sometimes, you know, pull things back or put things in. A lot of people give Ian Flynn a hard time because of the references and stuff. That's a Sega thing. That's because Sega really wants to hammer in that all the Sonic games are connected. Yeah, Zombot arc, I mean, you know everything's going to be okay, but in the moment, it sucks. It's so painful. And that was really, really fun to interpret. That entire sequence where, like, Sonic is turning and then he suddenly becomes super. Oh my goodness. That was so fun to do, and when everything came together and when Tech did the score for it. Hey, it's all good, Oro. Thank you for sticking around. As long as you did. Yeah, you got a lot of names like Jun Sonoe, Ian Flynn, Evan Stanley especially. Just people like to point at names and be like, this name is ruining the franchise. It's like, oh God, they got this name on the story. I wonder how they're going to screw it up. And it's like, guys, there's a lot of moving parts here. Let's chill out a bit. Like, be critical if you gotta, but you ain't gotta bash. And you ain't gotta bash specific people because you got a lot of people, again, a lot of moving parts, a lot of companies it has to go through because you have to deal with Sega of America, Sega Europe sometimes, And then Sega Japan. And Sega Japan, baby, that is about as strict as it gets. Yeah, I remember they wanted to introduce sticks during Battle for Angel Island, I think. Or after Battle for Angel Island. But probably would have been a lot to take in, I think is what I heard. I don't know if they're going to still do it. But Styx was name-dropped in Frontiers, which is crazy. All right. I'm going to finally stop yapping and finally get on to editing. I'm so sorry, guys. We're just having a good time. We're having fun here. Yeah, the way that they wanted Shadow to be written, that definitely hurt things with his brief appearance in the Metal Virus. All right. I got Vegas a lot lower. Wait, no, I don't. I'm going to lower Vegas to like 50.
How do
Oops.
Good doing business with you.
Oh, man. You know, I actually forgot how, I was supposed to do this. Because I know there's supposed to be the click.
It's me. And the folks who don't won't.
Okay, I think that it's supposed to be the click and then this on the left here. Oh, God. That's kind of what I hate about editing these is I always get lost. 35. Take it easy, Rio. You know, I think I can decide how I handle that later.
Business with you.
I think I'll have this fade into this part with Amy. Actually, wait, I can use masking for this. What am I doing here?
With you. Business with you.
What is that gra supposed to be? I see there's somebody behind Amy in this. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, God. This is kind of the reason. Like, I put these down and then I get back to them and I'm just like, what the hell was I doing?
Doing business with you. Doing business with you.
All right. Yeah, I agree, but also it needs to be canon to the games now, and I think that's a really, really big bear robot. Okay. So I should probably get rid of the gra in this as well. I think I'll just have an artist do that. There's a lot that I need to have artists do.
Yeah.
Okay, just trying to time the movement here. All right, that's good. Dear Lord, Vegas is very slow sometimes. I got like 3 shapes here that I think I just make that one. You know, I don't know what's taking up so much memory. Oh, dear Lord. Well, my Firefox was having a memory leak. That probably didn't help at all. And Vegas is still laggy. That's great. Okay. Set the opacity on that to I believe that was a 321 Pi time. There's another one in the works, but I don't know what the progress on it is. I like this one though. I'm fine with keeping it. I would like something a little more uniform though. I don't know how well the Green Hill looks with the rest of the UI, but it does look. It is very, very good. I like how faithful it is to the original sprites as well. Right down to the green highlights on those trees, which always really, really loved that.
With ya.
I think maybe that happens a little fast. Let me move that. Yeah, it's still not exactly where I want it, but I do quite like where the filter is. I feel like I might go less strong on it, because it can be kind of hard to hear sometimes, and it's kind of weird still. The more you do things like that, like semi-accurate effects, the more you realize why they don't do accurate effects, like accurate phone effects in like in films and TV, especially in like the 2000s, 2010s. The phone effects, from like the standpoint of listening to an actual phone conversation, they sound bad. They don't sound real. They sound way too clear. They sound way too crisp. They don't sound crappily enough. They don't sound crappy enough. But you do a real phone effect, and you start to realize, oh, that's why they don't make them accurate, because you can barely make it out, and it just sounds like... I remember somebody thought that Belle had Belle's actor had a bad microphone. But, like, look at her. She's a wooden puppet. But, you know, you start to realize why people don't do accurate, low-quality effects, usually. Same with glitch effects. Otherwise, people are going to think there's an actual glitch in the game or whatever, or that was a rendering error. Same with, like compression effects, or like just any scene like that. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to have artists go over a lot of this, but that's fine. Yeah, that I tend to get that a lot with Belle's filter. So I might tweak it a little more. Try to hone in like an old like 50s movie sound or something. I don't know. But for now, I enjoy where it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You also have to keep in mind that a lot of people these days, a lot of people watching this sort of thing, they're kids and teens. They haven't heard these things before. Some of these kids, they see a floppy disk and they're like, "Oh, the save icon in Paint." It's so funny, and it's understandable. But you got to remember, like, if you're trying to emulate like accurate like VHS effects or accurate, like a dial-up modem sound, it's like, what's that beeping? That's how the internet used to sound, bud. That's how it used to sound when you'd connect to the internet and used to use your phone. You used to use your phone line to do that. So, if you were playing like Doom 1 or something with your pals online, you were, doing a deathmatch or something, and your mom was using the phone, then you had to log off, or vice versa. If you were using the phone and your brother wanted to get some Quake on, not everybody had it that way, but most setups were like that. Yeah, it was, the internet was really, really different back then. thinking about Joe Rogan, and I just want to make it clear, I'm very disappointed in Joe Rogan as of late. But at one point I did vibe with him. And during that point, he talked on a podcast about how he had like a T1 internet connection back in the 90s that was like crazy expensive. It was like maybe $1,000 a month just because he wanted to play Quake and like on deathmatch servers on like with really high speed internet. It was, some people were just on a completely different level with the internet, but a lot of people were just using their phone lines and doing the dial-up. So if you've ever heard that like weird beeping associated with like computers or internets, that's like that kind of stuff. My autism's really showing. Sorry, everyone. But yeah, that is that's what it used to sound like to connect to the internet. The idea there was that I believe it was basically your computer and phone talking to each other, and that data sounded like that. In fact, if you were to, actually no, don't do this. But if you were to open up like a file in Audacity that is not audio, you would hear what that data sounds like. And folks, don't do that. It is not good. If you do it, turn your volume all the way down, because otherwise it is going to destroy your eardrums. It is really loud clang and beeping and noise, and it is not meant to be read as audio. Whew. All right. Back to this. Yeah, as you can see, I already have some edits of these. But I need to make more. These panels are getting crazier and crazier. So it's tough. Let's give this fast transition. Yeah, we didn't have dial-up in our household, I don't think. And if we did, I never noticed it. But yeah, I was born in 1999, so I'm not that old, but you know, I am familiar with how certain things were before my time. I like just narrowly missed that era. Oh, I bet I can do... this is another thing I need edited. I really like Amy's expressions in this particular part of the comic, by the way. Really, really good work. I think that's Adam Bryce Thomas. Always caps lock. Caps lock will sneak up on you. I need to squish this. I don't remember you. I don't know what rules you broke. I don't know if you just recently joined. But, I mean, I guess I forgive you. I don't know what rules you broke. Yeah, okay, I thought it was Adam's work. Sometimes his style looks a little bit like Evan's, but it's pretty rare. All right. Yeah, I mean, I'm just being honest. I meet a lot of people, and I don't hold grudges too easily. So sometimes I just don't know who people are. No, like offense intended. No hate or anything. No shade. It's just I see so many dang names. It could be anyone. But either way, welcome to the stream. And yeah, take it easy, Nick. I don't know if you're still here. Sorry if I didn't give you a proper goodbye. All right. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this one. I'm going to put that on top so that I can prioritize it a little better. I'm going to have that come from the top. Oh, you know what? Oh, I have a good idea for this, actually. I'm going to have this do a slight movement. I think that's true of most people, honestly. It takes a lot for me to hold a grudge. It's neither here nor there, but yeah, it takes a lot of work for me to hold a grudge these days. Ugh, I used to be real mean and real hateful for no real good reason. And a lot of people probably haven't seen that side of me. Some people maybe have, and I apologize if you got caught in that crossfire. If anybody like that is even in the chat still watching this, and I didn't scare them off just by being the way I was. But yeah, I just not proud of who I was in terms of attitude back then. And it's really taken me, like, I only really figured myself out, like, when I was 24. And I kind of coalesced and was like, oh, yeah, okay, this is just kind of what I want to do in terms of attitude. I've never been evil, but just sometimes I would just do evil things and mean things, and it was just sucked. Don't do that. And so that's my advice. I think gratitude and kindness are some of the most important skills a person can learn. Or rather, some of the most important things somebody can learn. You have to build them like skills. Let me rephrase. Because that was not worded too well. I kind of lost my wording there. I think gratitude and kindness are things that everybody should practice, and they're very, very important to practice. And you kind of have to build them like skills sometimes if you don't start off kind of naturally kind and grateful for things. Like I did not. I had to go on a small personal journey to even figure out just being eloquent with vocabulary. So that should put you in my shoes and tell you what I had to learn. But yeah, I mean, you know, you can treat them like skills and just work on them little by little, and you start to really appreciate just the friendships you have and the world around you, I'd say. Sorry if this isn't making much sense. I was talking to my friend Gabe about that when I was we were hanging out on Sunday, and I was commenting on, like, his car looks like what people in, like, 2001 would think, like, a car from the future would look like. And it's like a 2013, 2016 car, but it feels so out of, like, 2000s, like, near future type stuff. And it's really cool. And I commented on all sorts of things, like the little mile per hour display. Even the shape of like the back of the headrests. I was commenting on all these little things, and he pointed it out to me. He was like, "I love how you comment on all these things I've never really thought about." And I mentioned to him, stuff like that. People had to, people designed those. No matter what it is, people had to make a choice. It could be a good choice. It could be a bad choice. It could be a choice they didn't give a whole ton of thought to. But every single thing you look at, the keys on your keyboard, how they're laid out, the wood grain on your table, the design on your mug, and the exact size and shape. Hang on. My goodness, sorry about that, guys. Heard a loud thud downstairs. Oh my god. My dad's working on a Jeep down there, so immediately, me and my mom got worried as hell. Everything's fine. He had a piece of wood that split, but the Jeep's fine, he's fine. Nothing to worry about, but it's pretty scary stuff. But yeah, everything just was a choice made by someone at one point. And like I said, sometimes it was a bad choice. Sometimes it was a good choice. Sometimes it was a middle of the road choice. Sometimes it was a choice made with a very specific intent. Sometimes it was just something where somebody was like, well, it's going to look like this, or it's just going to be like this. And they didn't give it much thought. And when you start to realize, like, pretty much the only thing that's really excluded from this is like, nature. And even that's not always true, because sometimes you have, crossbreeds of certain plants. People had to crossbreed those to cultivate, stuff like lemons, oranges, apples that are, certain flavors and textures. And if you see a plant, like in an urban environment, somebody had to decide it would be there. You got those little like patios or whatever, those little pockets surrounded by concrete with grass and little trees. Somebody had to decide to put those there. Nature took it in a certain direction. It wasn't a fully designed and cultivated, thing by a human, but it was placed there by a human. And once you start realizing all these little things, and just literally nearly everything you look at has that sense of, a thought, whether it's a big thought or a small thought, you start to really just see the world in a completely different light. But I will admit, sometimes those decisions suck. And that's not really related to anything going on here. But, sometimes you'll look at, like, a signpost that's poorly placed, and you'll be like, that shouldn't be that way. Or you'll look at, like, I don't know. I can't think of really any super bad examples that are off the top of my head. But, it's a good thing to practice. Just kind of take a look at, pick up like an object that's, man-made, and think about what it took, all the choices it took to get to that point. This mug I have, it has a little design that my partner drew. I wish I could show it to you, but I don't have my webcam up. But, it's a little, like, cheap drawing of a crow, and it has the text, "I need to be held," and then really small it says "accountable." My partner designed that, and the design of the mug, oh no, it's all right. Sometimes that happens. Design of the mug, the actual mug itself, the shapes, that's been just something that we've continuously refined based on just, other ideas that came before it. Somebody was like, I'd like to be able to hold my cup without holding the cup. So they designed the handle, and they designed it with a, maybe a specific type of shape. And then other people either changed the shape or refined the shape. So you got mugs that you can only hold with one, like, index finger. You got mugs that you can hold with your whole hand. And you got mugs that you can hold with maybe only 3 fingers, like this one. It's kind of tiny. So yeah, that's a fun little thing that I during my conversation with Gabe, I really caught notice of and then realized how I could describe it. So I figure I might as well pass it on. On that note, slightly, I used to think that if I couldn't describe a way that I was thinking about something, that it must not be important, or it must not matter, or it must be stupid, and I would pivot to something that was easier to explain. Try not to fall into that kind of trap. Getting out of that trap has saved me from pivoting interesting or, positive thoughts to negative ones, or just, dumb things that were just easier to process. Sometimes you lack the vocabulary, and that's why you got to go find it. And it's easier than ever with the internet. Typically I would tell you to be cautious of certain parts of the internet, like social media and stuff, but, you got Google, you might as well use it. Look up a definition or two. I'm going to get back to this finally. Good God. I'm so sorry that this is kind of a talk stream. I know some of you guys appreciate that, but I did kind of get you on and be like, I'm going to edit issue 35, and I've barely done anything. But it has been a while since my last stream, and I feel like the last time I was kind of more open about my personality, I was probably not that kind. I was probably not that interesting. So there you go. There's your little catch up for how I've been taking things. Great job elevating Metal Virus. Thank you very much. I'm not familiar with Yu Yu Hakusho, but any compliment about the Metal Virus is great. I worked very hard on a lot of that, and of course, so did the rest of the team. But like All or Nothing, that is I feel like a magnum opus of the whole team, and I still look at it as just such a ginormous achievement and undertaking for myself because of just how there was a lot of work that I put into that. Again, not to diminish any other members of the team at all, because they also did their all. But I did like all the video editing on that, and it just, oh my God. It really felt like the culmination of like my 10 years of doing video editing. Over 10 years. I started out doing really crappy YouTube poops in Windows Movie Maker back when I was like 7 years old. So just being able to video edit the way that I do now, and also having that serve as an inspiration for other people to do the same and get a bit of a head start compared to what I had back then, because of how accessible all this knowledge and all these tools are, is just, it's great stuff. Yeah, I was talking about those other channels like Spring Games and Corby's Cubby. Those two channels, they've been posting a lot of stuff, a lot of work in progress stuff, and also just a lot of dubs in our promo channels and creative channels in the Adrenaline Dubs server. And it really reminds me of when Adrenaline Dubs first started out. Just, not crazy top of the line, but they're getting their start and they're doing great at it. And it's great to see stuff like that. And I think in time, probably even faster than us, they're going to be top of the line too. Maybe they'll, maybe they'll be kind of where the torch is passed. Maybe they'll get more popular than us and we'll be like, well, we had a good run. But, it's not a competition. But, YouTube kind of pits channels against each other. I just want to do cool stuff until I die. And that's really I'm glad that other people can also do cool stuff while I'm kind of down for the count. Yeah, it's funny. Captain Comedy, he's been a longtime friend of mine. And I had him audition for a character in an original project. Yeah, I'll see if I can find them. Spring Games. Spring Games is over here. Where's Corby's Cubby? You better not have a channel trailer. Okay, here we go. Because if they had a channel trailer, it would have been loud. No. Yeah, there's those channels I was talking about. Mario Kart Gamer Dude is also a pretty good one. I'll go ahead and link him. Mario Kart Gamer Dude. Love giving love to the other dub channels. There's a lot of people out there who are like, oh, why do these guys even try when you guys do the best? Yeah, we do a pretty good job, and we've refined our job over like the years that we've been active. But also we're really behind. And there's plenty of other creators who are going further than we have. Might as well go watch those guys if you want your fix. I mean, they're pretty good. You know, not everything has to be, don't try because Adrenaline Dubs did it better. It's like, no. I mean, you know, we had the luck of pretty much being the only IDW channel surviving from like the first 3 or 4 other channels that were doing them. We just ended up doing them the longest at that point. And, you know, now it's kind of shifting a bit. And I think that's fine. But it's never stopped me from creating, which is, it's sad. Other things have stopped me from creating. It's not like, it's like job stuff. But, you know, again, it's not like those other channels are stopping us from doing our thing. It's just nice that they exist. Because that's the whole point of Adrenaline Dubs. I was literally in that. I was in those shoes. I was looking at other people's dubs of, you know, Archie. I was Hyper. I looked up to quite a bit. Quality Dubs, I think it's called. Dark Speeds, I think. Whatever that guy's name is. His stuff. All the litany of Undertale dubs that I was watching and getting ideas from. Back in, like, you know, 2015 or whatever it was. Hell, I was in one. With the guy who went on to voice Archie Eggman for us. So, you know, I had a lot of history in that scene, and I wouldn't be where I was without them. So, you know, I feel like other people in that boat, it's fine by me. Yeah, I'm excited to get to Imposter Syndrome. Let me edit the screen shake. Man, I keep talking. All right. So it's coming down, so that's going to need a... something real big. I'll give this some horizontal movement as well in a minute. Yeah. Okay, that looks good. I'm gonna stifle that a bit. Let's fade that out. Yeah, there we go. I can't wait for this to get sound design. That's going to be exciting. All right, well, to kind of quell my own talking, because I feel like I've kind of talked all I have to talk, I'm going to go ahead and jump into the team voice chat and see if I can pull some people in. So let's jump in there.
User entered your channel.
I forgot that was my soundboard for joining. Real ones know. Real ones know what that is. Anyone understand what that was? All right, anyone remember what that was? If you recognize that sound, go ahead and say it in the chat. I wonder how many we'll get.
Ah, there it goes.
Welcome.
Hello. Yeah, sorry. Like, for some reason, I noticed Discord's been the last couple of calls. They've been doing this thing where it refuses to like root right away.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
Also, apologies in advance if you hear dogs. My dogs sometimes like to get a little rowdy during this time of day.
Oh, it happens. No worries. I'll have you on 117. I'm gonna turn you down a little bit. 100. All right, there we go. Good little bam.
There we go. Hello there, cat.
Greetings. How we doing, lovely
Welcome.
people?
Doing good. How are you?
Good. Been enjoying the stream so far. Excellent work, Landy.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I have not done a lot of progress, but it's all right.
Yes, but it's been entertaining to watch. You've kept it very fun. Also, hi,
Yeah, indeed.
love.
Hey there.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm not gonna be staying here that long because I need to sleep in a bit.
Oh, it's all
Hey,
good.
you take care of yourself, honey.
Matter of fact, I should be asleep by now, but I'm working on a little something, and I'm just taking advantage of that steam
Oh,
I have. That's
well.
something I do now.
Well, I mean, obviously, best of luck with that, but also be sure to take care of yourself and get good rest.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna hide my foot.
Yeah, like honestly, I feel like I could do a bit of that myself because, like, a bit of context. Some of my friends know this, but a bit of context for others. We had like really bad thundering last night. Like, I don't even know if it was like raining a whole lot, but like constant thundering throughout the night, and it was like keeping the dogs awake because at least two of them are scared of thunder, and me and my mom had to like take turns staying up with them until like the crack of dawn for them to finally calm down.
Oh, honey.
I need to get like a speed line background going. Actually, do I have any forward-facing speed lines?
Great question.
Speedline MP4. I have speedlines.mp4 from 2013. I don't know if this is what I want. I think these are by Chow Fanatic, so I don't know if I want to use them. I mean, I could credit them, but editing so far. Oh, I've been talking a lot, so not far.
Editing is going fine. Stop feeling bad about yammering. There's nothing wrong with the yammering.
It's more so that there's just not a lot of just not a whole lot of editing happening.
I know, but still, hey, any progress is better than no progress. I like to think.
Yeah, that's true.
And considering how I've been doing with projects, I've learned to like maintain that philosophy. Oh, I'm assuming.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I just see a question that I assume was towards me since I mentioned dogs. Two of them are fairly youngish, but so we have 4 dogs. 2 of them are mine, the mini Dachshunds. One of them is technically my grandmother's. She's a bit older than that. I don't know what breed she is. I'm pretty sure she's classically put a mutt. And then one that we recently got, who's a pretty old dog, was actually one that we got from my aunt.
It's
and
really,
yeah, it's mostly. Oh, sorry.
It's really funny how much it bothers me when I hear aunt, because that's how I used to pronounce it as a kid, and I always was bothered by it being said aunt. And now it's the reverse as an adult, because now I'm used to aunt. But I know it.
I know.
Like,
oh my gosh. Like, I tend to go back and forth sometimes. Like, it really just depends on how I'm feeling at the moment.
Yeah. It depends on what region you're from.
I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. For your breed. I mean, like, we were content with 3, but my mom was just feeling so much empathy for my aunt's dog, and thankfully she was fine with us taking him.
Yeah. Out of curiosity, how do you guys say the word pecan? Is it pecan or pecan?
I typically say pecan.
Yeah, I say pecan too.
Okay. Interesting.
Homemade peas in a can pie.
Steve, I adore you. Oh my gosh.
No, thank you.
All right, so we're in a minute. Oh my goodness! Wait, why is it taking so long to? Oh God. Am I using the right version of this?
That's a great question.
Sorry if you're hearing a bunch of sound, guys.
Actually, let me
That
check
is
if
the
my
right
screen share is-
version.
Ooh.
Okay. I don't know why it's importing. Maybe it's because I haven't opened
Okay.
this project in a while, or maybe it's because I cloned my drive and replaced it. I don't know.
Oh yes, I did see you post about that on Blue Sky. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. If this will import, you're about to see some real behind the curtain crap.
Oh man.
For now, I'm just gonna edit while I wait for this.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
Did Ryan record something for this? I have like Amy. I have a bunch of Amy over here.
Where is Tails?
Ah, goodness. I'll just copy it from over here.
Yep, while you do that, I'm just going to go ahead and start sharing the stream link, because I need to get into the habit of doing that whenever I join streams.
What a mood.
Ah!
That I think is for okay, yeah, that's for when Clutch fires this shot. I don't know why I didn't include that actually.
I don't know.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
Let's see.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
I like that one the most. Okay, so yeah, she's got an uneasy sound going on. Sounds like she's getting shot. Don't worry, guys. It's not happening.
Oh, don't worry. No one was shot in the making of this dub, as far as we know.
As far as we know, I can't.
All right, it's loaded, but I need to find. Oh, okay, here we go.
There we go.
All
I
right,
feel bad. Like some of the. Sorry, I was just thinking out loud. Continue.
yeah, it's fine. So that's the right size. Okay. Now here is something that some people might know, some people might not. This get ready to have your mind blown. You see that background you're seeing on the stream, that checkerboard. Let's go to full screen actually to get a better view of that.
Oh.
So that is built in Unity.
Ooh.
I just threw it together in Unity because it's a game engine that I am familiar with. Unity, as far as official Sonic games go, it powers pretty much all the mobile titles. It powers Sonic Dream Team. It's pretty popular engine in various spaces, like indie dev spaces. If we play this little scene, you see it's that checkerboard that you can see if I just turn that off. It's that same one.
Wow.
Nice.
Here's the blue one that is themed off of the old IDW credits.
Aww.
Yeah, we used that one for the last dub credits after the big Blender thing that I did. This one, that one's actually for icons. I have a few different ones.
That bat?
Yeah.
That's for Halloween, though.
Duck Dealer did that one.
Oh god, the zombie.
Here's the metal.
Oh.
Yeah, this is the metal. This is literally just a bunch of scrolling textures. I'll actually dissect each one. So this one, And I didn't even name them. They're all named Quad and Particle System. So you have this one, which is the main background. That it doesn't even animate. It's literally just a scrolling texture. This one, which is it's got these like thick strands coming down. Then you got these thinner strands coming out. And they're all just layered in different ways. And then here's the particle system, which is these little droplets.
Wow.
So that's how that effect works.
Yep. Oh, to give you context, Lemon, since they just came back, Landy is just showing us some behind-the-scenes chicanery with some of the back credits backgrounds.
Yep. This is the slow one from the later Metal Virus episodes, where it kind of builds.
Drippy. Yes.
Yeah, it starts out with a dripping. That dripping particle is fun because that is actually properly lit. Where is it? Come on. These are actually properly lit droplets, unlike the other ones, because they are a bit slower, and I figured they look better if we actually lit them. So they receive lighting, but they're still 2D images. A lot of games do that. They just add what's called a normal map on top of the... and in fact, these things use normal maps as well. They just add a normal map on top of the texture, and the normal map is kind of just a texture that represents like 3D detail. In fact, let me see if I can pull up the normal map for that. Yeah, okay. Here's the normal map for that. It's this weird blue-looking thing. It uses the different red, green, and blue channels to describe different information in a 3D space. It's not real 3D, but it's pretty good, and it's a pretty good representation. If the detail's not too strong. A lot of video games use this. They will create really high poly, like really, really, really detailed and complex models, and then like smaller details like crevices and just fabrics, stuff like that. They will sort of bake those details down into a normal map and then throw it onto a lower resolution version of the model so that they can really squeeze out the most detail without eating up a ton of processing power on the computer. So that's a fun little detail about many of the backgrounds. Actually, let me go back to that. So what I wanted to do was, and don't get any funny ideas, we're not doing Sonic X, but I did do a Sonic X background that's based off of a part of the intro, and it's just these speed lines. And what I'm going to do now is we're going to save that as a duplicate. It's called Delete Later because originally this Unity project was for like a game that I was working on, but I ended up not making the game and instead just did a bunch of this stuff with the project file. But anyway, I'm going to save this as a new scene. Let's see. IDW 35 speed lines. Alrighty. Oh yeah, here's the original IDW background. Still got that from way back when.
Aww.
Gosh,
Memories.
that's so many years ago.
Memories.
I don't remember what land space is, so I'm not going to open that. Alright, IDW 35 speed lines. So what we got here is we got a quad, and this is just the Sonic X BG. It's just a regular old physically based material in Unity, and it's just got like certain things mapped to it. Will shaders work? Will we get shaders? It's a little fiddly, a little slow. I think this will work fine. Let me throw like a... Do I have a quad black? Oh man, there's so many projects that I have in here that some of them I still need to properly announce. So I think I'll actually hide this for a little bit so that I can navigate things without giving away certain secrets.
Quick, write it down before he gets it away.
All right, let's see. Quad black. Oh wait, no, maybe
What
it's
if
full
Sonic
black.
met Nicole and CD instead of Amy Rose? I don't know if it really. Personally speaking, I don't know if that would really impact the story in any drastic way. But I also feel like out of all the people to try to replace Amy with for CD, I don't really know why you would pick Nicole.
All right. We got this particle system. We actually got 2 particle systems going. I'm only going to use one, though. So for this, I'm actually going to make this a solid trail. And solid color based on the color of the speed lines from that comic. Wherever it is. Oh my god. Can I find this dang comic?
I was about to say, I thought you had it up already.
I have it in Vegas. I don't have it in Paint, which is what I need.
Why, after CDs, Amy's back spine's never seen again? She trims them.
There was actually a recent, there was a post from Sonic Channel, I think, or maybe just official Sonic, the Japanese account. It actually has art of Amy, pretty much on the day she styled her hair in Sonic Adventure.
Oh,
Well, that's cute. Oh, wait a minute. I think I remember seeing that picture. Like, I thought it was just like a casual cutesy picture that they showed, but I didn't know that there was actually some kind of significance to it.
Yeah. It is really interesting that we have back spines on all the boys, but Amy, for some reason, is not as spiky despite also being a hedgehog. I don't mind it.
Well, I mean, you could chalk that up. I mean, you could probably chalk that up to just like their way of differentiating male hedgehogs from female hedgehogs.
I just noticed the Frontiers credits background I had here. Sorry to interrupt. But wow,
This
I
is
was
a great
pretty proud of
background.
this. This is
You should
entirely
be.
based off of the I'm Here, the I'm Here background. I actually made a custom shader for this, even though it's not the best. It's okay. So I have that Perlin noise, but then I have hold on, let me play this. So it's a nice like noise scroll effect. I have some particles that I was really happy with, or these like sparkles. I'll disable those and just show you this shader. So this just is pretty much 2 scrolling textures. It is, one of them is these blue parts, and then the other one is the black parts. You can actually see the exact scroll over here, but it looks pretty good. Then on top of that, I have another one that's just kind of a more, it's like a cloudy, foggy layer. You throw the sparkles on, and of course there's the vignette to style it just like that music video. And then here is Tech Container, which I don't actually think renders. Oh no, never mind. Here we go. So this is the effect of the grid lines appearing, and I don't actually render this in real time. Instead, what I do is I actually just rendered this out separately. All right, take it easy, MSP. I rendered this out separately and then just use some color correction and then throw it on with an additive blend in the video editor. I was really proud of this. This, I believe, is based on a proof of concept shader I did for one of my friend's projects. Oh, wait, no. No, never mind. This is just a regular transparent cutout that just kind of fades in. Actually, if I go in and enable that, and I switch the alpha cutoff, it cuts off more and more of this because I just have a basically the texture is literally just it's this Sky Sanctuary. It's the Sky Sanctuary grid texture from Generations, but it's just the lines, and I just have it like doing a basic like fade from full transparent to full opaque, and then obviously I can slide between that for the alpha cutoff and animate it nicely. All right, let's go back and we're 35 speed lines. There you go. That's how I do that. I've done some Archie backgrounds as well that I was really, really proud of.
Oh, heck yeah.
But I might show those at a later date. Don't need this directional light. Okay, so this particle system, we're going to go and change its shape to a cone. It's pretty flat. I need to... Okay. Need to make the scale proper. There we go. We're going to make that face the camera. And go towards the camera.
Okay. Oh.
POV, you're going towards the camera.
And then I'm going to actually make the radius thickness a bit thinner so that... Because you'll notice here, you actually have them going straight into the camera and clipping, which is not ideal. Instead, I'm going to make it give it a thickness, or a lower thickness, so that it only goes around the edge. So that's a pretty cool effect on its own. And this is literally just a default particle texture in Unity. Or rather, the trail is. I think that's what the trail is. Yeah, okay. It's just a default particle texture in Unity. And it's just tinted in a specific way. There's nothing really fancy about it besides the way that it like flies out. Just goes to show, even if you don't know anything about motion graphics, you can make pretty good motion graphics in a game engine if you feel like it, like I do.
Oh, absolutely.
So there you go.
Man, I really gotta look up Unity and Maya.
Nope. I just had a crash on some app.
Oh no.
That's fine.
Yeah, no.
Nothing got lost. Anyway, I'm going to switch
Okay,
back
I was
to
about to say, hopefully it
Vegas
was
and
nothing
render.
important.
I'm going to just switch back to Vegas and render this out.
Okay.
Yeah, I only say Maya because in my animation course, I'm not gonna be using Blender, which kind of makes sense, honestly. Like Maya is one of the industry standards, so I kind of get it. But at the same time, from what I've gathered so far, the only issue, quote unquote, are the shortcuts mainly. But otherwise, there's also the new interface. But I should be mostly good to go.
Yeah, honest to goodness, just doing a quick lookup of your hotkeys is incredibly important when you're using art software of any kind. I mean, there are so many people that are surprised by me doing things when I go into Clip Studio Paint and I'm just like, okay, so I'm going to use the hotkey for this and we're going to just do that. And it's like, wait, what is that? It's great.
Yeah, I really gotta get used to code switching to either Maya or Blender. Because right now, like the Blender shortcuts are ingrained, and I know nothing about Maya, so that's gonna mess me up if I don't do anything about it soon. Speaking of which, I should get the student version. Well, not now because I'm tired as hell, but this week maybe, definitely. Plus, I'm gonna be starting 3D stuff only next year, but that's not stopping me. Because the guy already does a lot of stuff in Blender, and this week I should be able to get that done.
Absolutely.
Well, best of luck with all that.
I don't have a lot missing. I just need to fine tune a few of the poses and then add a couple of extras, and that should be it.
I really wish I had like the patience and will to get back to practicing more with Blender, because like, and especially now that I got into like doing sound mods for Unleashed, there's a part of me that wanted to do like a model mod to like change Sonic to look like my redesign for him for Parallel. The problem is that like every time I try to open up Blender and try to fiddle around with it, like I get weirdly intimidated by a lot of it. Like even some of it that probably should be considered no-brainer stuff for a lot of people, it is just kind of out of my realm of comprehension.
See which one of these
very,
is best.
It's very much like that in the beginning. I get you. It's very intimidating. Like just opening, and then there's
This
just
one
a
is
lot
best.
of like. I get you, honestly. I get you.
Yeah. No, I don't do 3D stuff anymore, but for like a summer, I took a college course while I was in high school to learn a little bit of stuff in 3ds Max. And it
Ooh.
was a lot of fun, but it was intimidating to start. The best thing you can do is go find a step-by-step tutorial and just take it one step at a time.
Right. I mean, like, I was able to get some good progress with one project that I had with it. Like, I remember, some people might remember this, but I was working on like a work in progress for like a 3D model for one of my Annualia characters, and I was able to get like a rough outline of it done. Like, I was able to get the shapes put together and whatnot. I have not found it in me to like get any work done beyond that.
I feel that.
Yeah, that's painful. Understandable though, very understandable.
Look away for a second, and I heard Amy making that noise, and I had to do a double take.
Control yourselves. Take it easy, Lemon.
Yeah, see ya.
My goodness.
Oh, he's a big boy.
Yeah, I would like a better wide shot for this. I'm not too pleased with how this looks right now.
Oh, hello. Hi, Micah.
Micah!
Just
Lovely to see you.
Very nice to see you as well.
That was good.
Oh, not much.
Yeet.
Just, you know.
Ooh,
Sorry. I don't know where I was going with that.
that's okay.
Yeah, we're just watching Landy working a little bit more on a 35. Well, that reminds me, I finished putting together some of those touch-ups that you suggested for a 36, mainly some of the audio balancing for some of the characters, and I know you said I didn't have to, but I did go back and tinker up the text transitions for Gmrel.
Oh.
Tinker.
Yeah. Oh, and I also finally implemented the one redo that Tech owed me for that, so now I just have to wait on Ryan's redo.
Right.
Very nice.
Huzzah!
Anyway, how's your day been, Micah?
Mine has been okay so far. I've been hanging out with another friend working on another super secret private project that I will not be able to talk about.
Ooh,
any
that's
further.
nice. Let's see. Oh,
Cheering
did you
you
want me to
on.
do the one line or the whole panel? Honestly, I would say whatever you feel is the better option. Like, I would not object if you only did the one line, but if you think it would sound more natural if you did the entire thing, then you can do that. But personally speaking, I have no like particular preference.
That could serve to be a little slower, I think.
Yeah. Wait, play it again.
No.
Oh yeah.
The speeds mismatch right now, but that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
They don't anymore.
Never let you down.
There we go.
Never let you go.
Nice.
And maybe the feather can also take a little longer. Yeah, there we go. Something else I need to do is copy event attributes. I've recently very much changed the way that I edit these. I'll go over my editing process for the dialogue some other time. But basically, I do it all within one element now instead of copying the element and fading. I just do a bunch of masking trickery within the singular.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can take this guy. Come on, Gmroll. We can take this guy. Come on, Gmroll. Come on, Gmroll. We can take this guy. Come on, Gmroll. It's okay. Go. Help.
Okay, I
The
think
voice
this
sounds
We
a
can
lot
take this
like
guy.
Ryan.
kind of does.
Yeah.
Come on, Gmroll. Come on, Gmroll. Come on, Gmroll.
Gmerl's not an easy name to say. And
Yeah.
neither is Gemerl, frankly.
Yeah.
What's the correct?
Before anyone gets
And
any
don't-
ideas.
And don't
I don't
even get
think
me
there is
started
a
on the people that
correct
say
way.
Gemerl.
That
People
one
say
is
that?
just kind of that's just
We
kind
can
of
take this
kinda
guy.
wrong.
That's the question. Is it
That one's just
Gmroll?
kinda
Is it
wrong.
Gemroll? Is it Gemroll? Of course not, but still.
The official Japanese pronunciation is Jimeru, as opposed to Emeru
Yeah.
for Emerald. So I've always just,
Yeah,
and also
that
the
I do.
fact that they do G-Merle sometimes, I've always interpreted it as G-Merle.
Yeah.
Ian Flynn says it Gemerl, which is very
I don't know.
heartbreaking.
Right. I remember hearing the clip.
Apparently, this
just
is
like
the one
died.
thing that everyone who hates Ian Flynn just, I guess, they don't hate him enough to disagree with how he says that and to go with my pronunciation instead.
Seriously?
I guess. I
And
don't
from
know,
that
man.
day
Apparently. Yeah, but
forward,
he-
Landy and Ian became fierce rivals.
You know, it was even
remember
worse
seeing
finding out
that
Zavok was pronounced like that instead of Zavik.
I know,
They-
like
we
they
had a
poke- they
whole
poke-
game of saying it. Like,
Right.
what?
actually, you
I
say
don't
that, but
think
like,
I don't think his name was said in Lost World.
right? Like,
No,
I don't think his
he
I don't think
only
his name is.
says Zavok
I don't think he was
in
name dropped
Forces.
at any
He says
point in
Zavok
Lost
as
World.
Zavok.
Zavok's name wasn't said once in Lost
No,
World?
not in Lost. No,
Not to my
in Lost
knowledge,
World.
no.
There's no way.
I literally
How
don't
did that?
think
How does that happen?
There is no way.
I don't
Then
know.
as
I don't know
someone
either,
who
man.
likes Lost World more than
They
the
they
next
poke
person
at it
I
in
know,
Bad Guys
I do not
with
believe
Rough and
that.
Tumble saying Zavik, which is to rhyme
Right.
with Havoc.
We can
Yeah,
take this
I mean,
guy.
I think that that's how I say it.
Yeah, I
It's
do
Zavok.
remember that, but then again, to be fair, you could write that off as just Rough and Tumble being idiots.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's
That
the,
could be, yeah.
that's the joke there.
When don't we write them off as that?
Doink, doink.
I always thought it was Zavik, but yeah, in Forces,
I-
I'm remembering Sonic says
Slightly off
Zavok.
topic, but
Zavok.
Zavok. Like,
Slightly off
don't
topic,
say
but I still love how much people
Mimic
love
says it's
Tumble's
Zavok because that's how James read it,
Zavok.
which I think is really funny. The idea that like nobody knows how to pronounce this dude's name.
I feel like we should get
We can take
Zavok a
this guy.
complex
Come
about
on,
that.
Gmroll.
Yeah.
Actually, slide off topic, but like mentioning the bit with Rough and Tumble, I still love just how much everyone loves the little eyebrow raise that I gave him in Bad Guys.
Yes. That was perfect.
Honestly, like I love how that turned out. Looking back, there was another edit that I wanted to do on top of it, but I never found the time to it. It's like after the eyebrow wink,
Yeah.
I was tempted to add like a slight twitch in Zavok's eye.
Oh yeah, I
Acknowledged.
like how we
Engaging
interact
at
with
full
the bad
power.
guys.
Acknowledged.
At
Engaging
least
at
the
full
last
power.
two.
Acknowledged.
At least
Engaging
the
at
first
full
issue, like,
power.
it's very.
Greeting.
It has a lot of personality.
Acknowledged.
Kudos to that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
see.
Acknowledged. Engaging at full
Who is
power.
Zavok? I think he's the
Acknowledged.
guy with the Chow puppet.
I don't know. That seems kind of wrong.
No, you know what? I am completely mistaken. I'm so
Acknowledged.
sorry.
Yeah,
He's the
yeah.
guy that offered Chip the ice cream.
At full
Right,
God.
right.
I think
Yeah,
that's
you're
the
right. You're
guy
so
that
right.
Danced with Amy. I think that's the guy that danced with Amy. Yeah, exactly.
Come on,
That's-
baby.
Oh.
Let's dance the night away.
Engaging at full power.
Okay, Steve, hear me out.
Yes.
Acknowledged.
Can we
Engaging
get
at full power.
on for Unleashed, where you're just voicing random characters? It's epic. Please.
I mean, to be fair, like you know, after I did the Eggman mod, there was a part of me that was contemplating whether or not I wanted to do like a Professor Pickle mod, but I wasn't
Oh
quite
my
sure if my
God.
impression
Right,
of him is
I
like
was-
well known enough to warrant it.
Oh, Steve, we could be so funny about it, though. Like, I think it would be really fun to just, you know, it would be way too much work for what it is, for the level of ridiculous that it is. But you know how,
Yeah.
like, occasionally we'll go on stream and we'll do the Wheel of Voices and we'll be like,
Mhm.
okay, we're gonna dub this and you're doing this just for fun live. I feel like it
Oh,
would be
count
fun
me
to
out.
do a mod that just has a random assortment of people just doing that.
I
Never
would
did-
totally be up for another group to do that. I'm not quite sure
Yeah.
because
No, it
putting
would
the
not be
Eggman
fun to
dub
make.
together was already putting the Eggman mod together was already a big hassle than I expected it to be, and I cannot thank Mario enough. Mario, for people that want to know, is one of the sound
Yeah.
engineers for Forces Overclocks. I cannot thank him enough for not only helping me put it together, but having the patience to deal with my incompetence.
Hey,
Mhm,
you know what?
mhm.
It was the
I
learning
still don't know how the
experience for
config
both of
schema
you.
works, and I don't really.
Yeah,
think
he helped Landy with his mod too.
Kind of. I still don't know how the config schema works, and I don't think.
Oh yeah, I don't either. It's really hard.
real quick,
Full, full power.
Is that Neo
Full power.
voice filter?
Engaging at full power.
Sorry, I just want to say real quick to Nicholas since they brought it up. I'm not IDW Eggman. I only filled in for the remainder of Bad Guys because Josh was MIA at the moment, but I'm not going to be like
Yeah.
the permanent Eggman for that.
Oh yes, that reminds me. Josh appears to be back. He's been.
He's back.
Yeah.
I don't know how far he wants. I don't know how much he wants
Hello?
his.
Hi, Ryan.
What's happening?
Imagine if it was.
I don't
Josh
know.
from
I don't know
Korea. That
how
would be
much.
insane.
Oh yeah, dude. That'd be great.
Yes.
I don't know how much he wants his medical business out there, but he's been dealing with medical stuff. You might know he kind of went radio silent for a bit, and we were all pretty worried about him, but we couldn't
Yes.
get any contact. Thankfully, he has finally responded, and he's able to do Eggman again, which is funny
Yeah, he
because
just
Lord
popped
Ribbit
up.
only did like Rush, and we've been so slow on IDW stuff that he didn't really get a chance to do Eggman
Yeah.
for IDW. He did play
I'm
for
really
Archie, but-
gonna be completely
Yeah.
honest. I'm really split because on the one hand, I'm glad Josh is doing better, and I'm glad to welcome him back. On the other hand, I kind of feel bad for Ribbit considering we went out of our way to announce he would be the new Eggman, and then all of a sudden, Josh came back from the heavens.
Yeah, I talked to Ribbit about it. He's totally cool about it. He was really glad
Oh.
to see that Josh was back kicking. So that was
Oh,
good.
that's good.
That's good to hear.
Yeah,
at least.
Josh, he is back, and it is very likely that unless he has to go radio silent again, which is a possibility,
Yeah.
he will be in the very next video that Eggman appears in, and he will be continuing as IDW Eggman from there on. When we get back to Archie, obviously it'll still be Ribbit, so he ain't going anywhere. And he also completely shredded it in the Rush dub, so we still have that. So, but yeah,
Right.
Josh is
Yeah,
Josh is doing
of
better. I plan to do a slightly better announcement about that at some point when we're kind of out of our drought of videos. But yeah, I just wanted to.
Yeah.
Completely skipped my mind to mention it. I need to
Maybe-
I need to
maybe,
message
like-
him, letting him know. Hey, yeah, we need these we need these dubs, or we need these comics dubbed.
We need you to do all of these lines, all 40 issues. You need to catch up.
Oh my
quick-
god.
You know, if it's not too much trouble.
Chop chop.
since you're here,
Clap,
you
clap.
know?
I may as well.
Actually, that reminds me. Now that you're here, Ryan, I should probably add in that line you just sent me.
Yep.
Ryan in with the power.
The power.
I have the power.
I cannot be loud right now. Very late.
Oh, anyway, honestly, just going back to that notion of actually Ryan being here just reminded me. Going back to the notion of like the mods for Unleashed, there was a part of me that contemplated the idea of like whether or not I do it before or after this hypothetical Generations mod that I'm toying around with. Probably before, because I would need to have a copy of PC Generations first before I start tinkering with that. There was a part of me that was contemplating seeing if Ryan was game for letting me help them make like a little mod to have their voice in the game too, not dissimilar to what me and Landy did.
Heck yeah.
That
would be
too hard.
fire.
Well, maybe it would be a bit harder because
I don't know if I want to do Amy,
would it be
Tails, or both.
Well, I mean, like if it's any consolation, Amy doesn't have like that much screen time in Unleashed, so I don't think it'd be like a massive strain to do both.
The Ryan mod.
The Ryan mod, yeah.
Ryan Unleashed.
Ryan Unleashed.
I'm coming out of my cage and I be doing just fine.
But yeah, that'd be fun.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I'm just really excited seeing everybody have so much fun with this thing. Like, wow, the modding community has gone nuts. It's been
my god, yeah.
The big problem with
I mean, like,
cutscenes
honestly,
is that all the cutscenes are like all the audio for each cutscene is stored in like one file per cutscene basically, so you can't like mix and match very easily. At least not right now. There might be a patcher or something that allows you to, but
well, actually, it's funny you mention that because I know it is feasible to have that kind of mix and match. Because I remember, also to coincide with what today is, the Transonic mod apparently has compatibility with the Hatsune Miku mod.
No, yeah,
really?
Yeah. What they did though is they just replaced the chip voice clips and then put it into the same folder that they were talking about. So
yeah,
so
each cutscene has its own like audio bank, so you can't really mix and match without mods just having compatibility patches that add the other characters' lines directly in. So if you wanted to add like Hyper's Eggman with like someone else's like Sonic mod, you would have to do all that combining yourself for each sound bank, which is a little annoying, but I see why it is that way.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, if anyone does want to try to be compatible with my mod, I'll do my best to help them with it.
Yeah.
Which I don't think it might be, like, too hard, because I do have all of the ADX files saved on, like, their own separate folders.
Mm-hmm. I'll be so real with you, though. I didn't really think of, like, voice acting being a mod thing people did. Like,
you'd be so
before you two went and did that, I'm like, people do that?
Wait,
yeah,
really?
I'm surprised.
It's technically been a thing for a while now.
Well, yeah, I just never been exposed to it before, so this is delightful.
Yeah, a lot of people, they'll take, like, voice clips of other Sonics and put them in Sonic.
Yeah, that's the one I see the most often, and usually whenever the custom voice work is usually for like the really extensive mods. Like a good example would be like the Surge Generation mod that's been getting a lot of love lately.
Really? I did not know that was a thing.
Yeah, the one for Shadow Generation.
Bro, you need to see it. It's so freaking awesome, bro. Like,
it's so awesome. They got movie shirts.
Sonic fans are awesome. Sometimes we make really cool stuff.
Yeah.
That's
also like another. That's also like.
not so
I'm sorry.
stuff.
Well, you know what? Sometimes. But hey, you gotta make some bad stuff to get to the good stuff.
That's right.
Yeah.
Although the notion of Generations does make me like ponder something, because like that was like one thing I thought about if I did want to go on and make like a Generations like Eggman mod, which I feel like won't be quite as strenuous for me because Eggman doesn't have nearly as much screen time in Generations as he does in Unleashed. The thing that I'm going back and forth about is which version of it do I base it on, since both versions of Generations do have like slightly altered scripts.
Oh,
What would be more fun to record?
That's true.
Maybe you can mix and match.
Yeah. Again, as someone who likes Generations 3DS more than the next person in the room, that does require a couple of changes.
I forgot about the 3DS version.
Okay, I'm sorry. You've opened a door, and I'm gonna keep going through it.
By all means, Queen, go ahead.
No, so I could not play the original version, or not the original version. I could not play console Generations when it originally dropped. But the reason I have a 3DS is purely to play Generations on that console.
Nice.
Now it's more than a decade later, and I have Sonic X Shadow Generations on Switch. And I'm very, very happy because I've been pining for this for years. I've yearned for this game on a console I could play it on.
What's going on with this?
Oh, it's being silly on you? Rude.
I truly do not know. Oh, wait, do I have two? What? Ooh, there's no reason that should be happening. Okay, so that's the lower layer. That's...
What the heck?
Oh,
I just realized what it is now.
What is it?
I think it's displacing. It's supposed to be moving.
Oh, rude of it.
Well, no, there's just two.
Oh no,
two layers
I
of the
see what I
same
did.
panel.
I see what I did. Yeah. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, by the way, Kat, if I told you that I have almost the exact same story,
No. Honey, do tell.
Well,
I'm
I
listening.
already
hang on,
had the 2DS. 2DS, yes, exactly. I couldn't play Generations on console either, so I had to get the 3DS version. And then when Sonic X Shadow Generation gets announced, I'm like, oh my god, I'm finally gonna be able to play Generations, and thank the heavens I got it. Even on day one.
Where's the last time Cream speaks? Let's find it.
You say that, Landy, but I'm just like, this is the last time Cream speaks because she dies? No, that's not what happens.
Damn.
Oh my gosh.
Man.
You know,
But yeah,
I got...
Oh, what's up?
Sorry. I got Sonic Colors for the DS a couple years ago for Christmas. I've been meaning to play it, actually.
Who's ready to hear some Cream scream?
Play it. I'm sorry, it is vastly superior to the console version, in my opinion.
You are so wrong.
I have not. I haven't played it.
Listen. Colors on console is a fine game. It has a lot of problems, mainly the whole 2D thing and the controls not being really fit for it, but it's fine.
I mean, I don't know.
However, it's
I don't know, like
fun. Even though there's not the whole okay trick system that Rush has.
I was gonna say that's what kills it for me.
And its special stages too. They're not the same level of awesome as Rush, I will say that, but they're still fun also. And even though there's less wisps to use, I feel like it's a much more worthy experience. Plus, you got the character interactions, which you don't have on the Wii.
Well, to be fair, like in the concept of the story in the Wii version, there's not really a place for them in there.
They're just kind of in there.
Story and colors do not fit together. I am so sorry.
Oh my gosh. I know I'm blinded by nostalgia. I can't look at this unbiasedly. I'm glad you can appreciate that of which I cannot. Now, mind you, I just have a hard time transitioning with colors on DS, and it's purely because there's no trick system. What am I supposed to do with my pointer fingers?
I totally get it.
Rush. As a previous but kind of still Rush fanboy, I get that. Like playing a game that basically has the same engine as Rush, but there's no all right. Like
I don't even need the noises. I just It's just so satisfying to pull off. Like, Rush I really like, but Rush Adventure is my favorite handheld Sonic game. I love it so much. I know people say the boating stuff is silly and it's too easy.
I hate
No,
Johnny.
it is not.
Oh, I hate Johnny. Sorry.
I don't think so. I don't think.
Oh, I hate him. Oh, I hate him.
Johnny's obnoxious, but I love him for it. It's like if you took
I'm not
Metal
gonna
Sonic
lie,
and Jet and put them together. It's perfect.
I haven't gotten to a lot of. I can't speak right now. I haven't gotten a lot of progress in Rush Adventure. The most I got to was I definitely did Plant Kingdom. I also did that mechanical level that I don't remember the name. I am so sorry. I didn't go to Blizzard Peaks yet. No, I haven't gotten to that part. I'm still very
I
much
hope you
behind.
enjoy
I
that
know
one
the stages,
though.
and they look awesome, but I need to play them like briefly. I think I'm just gonna get my tablet because I do have a totally legal copy of Rush Adventure. Definitely compiled, of course, on that machine, and yeah, I should just replay that actually.
Maybe.
Honestly,
I mean, like,
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that.
enjoy
all right.
it. Look, Rush Adventure, I know it's not the best Sonic game of all time, but I love it. So much so that when I thought my copy was lost, I didn't realize I was going to be so devastated by that. Spoiler alert, I was very devastated, and now I have a backup copy. I found
well, there
it.
you go.
Well, the
I think
stupidest
very
thing is
devastated is an understatement, but
it fell into the soundproofing materials I use for treating my space.
My God.
And it's like, what do you mean
oh
with my voice acting
my
stuff?
god.
How did that happen? My 3DS doesn't live anywhere near that. I mean, I say as I threw my 3DS in it today. Okay, Cat.
If I can rewind back a bit when we were talking about like comparing Wii to DS Colors, I have not yet had the pleasure to play DS Colors. I totally believe people when they say that it's a good game, purely on the proxy of how like it's essentially Rush 3. Let's not beat around the bush. It is basically just Rush 3. That being said,
It has no trick system, so I'm sorry. It's still a duology, not a trilogy.
Oh my god.
That being said, there's a part of me that's not sure if I'm really on the board of saying it's better than the Wii version, mostly just because I do have, like, I'm sure fans will insist I should not, but I do kind of have a bit of a soft spot for the Wii version. And going to what you were saying earlier about the whole issue of, like, the whole too much reliance on 2D thing, this is just... What I'm about to say is just further proof that I am not a true Sonic fan, I guess, depending on what your definition of that is. I was never really bothered or even put a whole lot of thought into the whole notion of like bouncing between 2D and 3D when it comes to Sonic games, like whether it be in Colors or in Generations or any of the games afterwards. Like switching between 2D to 3D never really registered in my mind at any point when I was playing those games. The only thing that really mattered to me at that point was I having fun with it or not. And with Colors, I had fun with it.
Yeah,
that's valid. That's valid, actually.
When it was back 6, though.
I mean, finish speaking first, and then I'll talk about my point in a bit.
Sure.
Yeah. That's why I was saying. Planet Wisp 6 for me. That one was the most annoying. But I agree with you, Hyper, because I remember when I first got Colors. I beat that like in 2 days. I remember I was close to beating it in 1 day, but I had school. I had school the next day, so I was like, okay.
Blasted education system.
I don't like this transition. I don't understand.
Man, felt.
Yeah, so like the thing with Colors for me is switching from 3D to 2D is not the problem. Generation does it, Unleash does it, hell. I would say Frontiers, but it doesn't switch that way. Like it's either 3D or 2D. But let's just say Unleash and Generations, they also do it. But it kind of works because the level design, mostly in Unleash, complements it. In Colors, though, not only do the controls feel very floaty, I guess, the abundance of 2D gimmicky levels that simply do not work with colors control scheme is just
When are y'all
awful.
releasing
The classic
IDW
games
34?
work for
It's
release
almost done, but it's been almost done for months because we have certain parts that just aren't getting done. But
Keep your
it is
pants
close.
on.
So fair.
Okay,
Yeah.
that was a question. Okay, you answered your question. Okay, okay. So what was I saying? The classic, exactly. The classic games work because their level design is awesome for the most part, and it's mostly 2D and they mastered it. With colors, though, if the controls weren't as floaty as they were, maybe they were a bit more robust and the level design was less gimmicky, maybe I would have a much deeper appreciation of colors. But those factors just kind of limit it to me. It's not a
Colors
bad
has some pretty
game,
bad level design sometimes.
but yeah.
Yeah, no, I
The
hear
swing-
you.
the swing level, Starlight Carnival.
Listen.
No,
Listen.
that.
No, I'm with you. I get it.
Cannot stand that thing. Like,
Maybe like I'm not gonna say like every level in colors is like AAA. Like I can agree with that, and I think a lot of that really has to do with the fact that this is what I've heard. I don't know if it's been like disproven or not. Apparently, in development, they took all the levels and they basically like spliced them into individual smaller levels to try to combat the.
yes, that's most of
Yeah.
the gimmick levels. Yes.
I would believe
Right.
that.
Right, like I remember
what they did was they took larger acts and split them into multiple levels, and then they also mixed in like bonus acts that would normally be like challenge levels.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
I don't know if they did this to get around limitations on the Wii, or if they did this just to make it seem like the game was larger than it actually is. But
I would not be surprised if it was a mix of the two.
Listen,
I didn't catch.
I'm just happy to have a game where I can go fast and listen to a banger soundtrack. Like, I am not picky about Sonic. I just don't
No,
like the
you're
open
fine.
world stuff, which I know everybody, well, not everybody, but a lot of people love. But it's not
Oh,
my
are we?
vibe.
Oh, are we just going to transition into Frontiers with this now?
And we do not have
Frontiers.
to. Frontiers is not for me, but I
Well,
respect
I just-
the people that like it. It's just not my thing.
I just asked because
Okay.
you going straight to open zone made me realize if we were talking about the same game or not.
It's a little bit Frontiers, mostly Frontiers, but also like I'm not a big fan of the adventure games. I appreciate what they do. They do a lot of great things for Sonic, but it's just not what I like playing.
Woman, I
just wanna
love you
jump
for
into a
being
level
so
and go.
brave.
Fair.
I appreciate adventure. Sonic Adventure 1 is one of my favorite games in the series, but I can see how those hubs especially are not for everyone.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, like, I don't think
they kind of just exist to like
You're good.
they kind of just exist to like be there. They're nice. They're better than just having a world map. I'll say that much. I think Unleashed has slightly more interesting hubs, not by much.
Yeah.
But I think I think Unleashed hubs just slightly beat it out. It's really
Yeah,
funny.
I'm actually-
I used to be pretty hardline against the idea that Unleashed felt like a true adventure successor, but honestly, the more I play it, the more I'm realizing, yeah, it kind of is. It makes sense.
I mean,
what they were
honestly-
going for.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if I entirely agree on Unleashed hubs being better than Adventures, because, like, Unleashed, there's definitely more to them. Like, I appreciate a lot of the charm that they put into it with, like, all the different citizens and whatnot. But I kind of appreciate how it's less of a hassle to traverse the ones in Adventure, because, you have your full control in Adventure, whereas with Unleashed, there's segments where you're kind of locked at a set speed, and you just kind of have to do like a hearty little jaunt over to the action stages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense.
And Adventure 2, forget it. When I finished playing it, I was like, this is the best adventure game. Like, Adventure 1 is good. It has its caveats, like most of the other characters. I'm so sorry. But Adventure 2,
Yeah.
even with the treasure hunting stages and the mech stages, it's a fun experience. I love it. Definitely one
Yeah.
of my favorite Sonic games of all time, period.
I really do like Adventure 2. Like, my thing when it comes to, like, the adventure games, like, I know comparing the two is already a very divisive minefield in and of itself, but something, when I mean, keep in mind, I say this as someone that's had kind of a backwards experience when it comes to the 3D Sonic games. Like, I played Adventure 2 before I played Adventure 1, so that's a big part of why Adventure 1 I thought was a little bit underwhelming for me. But, like, as much as I appreciate the charm that the hub worlds have, I do kind of am a little bit more partial to the fact that Adventure 2 kind of just gets to the point and doesn't try to, like, it doesn't try to waste too much of your time. Whether or not it does is really dependent, you know, but the treasure hunting levels and whatnot. But I feel like it had a better idea of, you know, keeping the pace moving, whereas Adventure 1 felt like there was a lot of, like, lulls in its pacing.
Adventure 1 is not paced very well, I will say that much. Adventure 2 is paced a little better, but some of those levels are just not that fun to me.
I mean, that is fair. I understand that much.
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. But Adventure 2's treasure hunting stages aren't as atrocious as people say, for the most part, once again.
To me, it really is just...
One security hall, I think? Yeah, screw that one.
I think to me, it really is just...
Find the emeralds all in order, instead
I was
of,
about
like,
to be...
actually being, like, close to it, you know? It's like, oh no, you gotta get this emerald
Yeah,
first
I mean,
before you get the next one.
I mean, it really is... I think the radar really is just, like, the biggest thing holding those levels back. Like, if it worked more like the Emerald Radar in Adventure 1, then I would be a lot more confident in saying I prefer the SA2 Knuckles and Rouge stages. Because, for one thing, I appreciate that they're, like, more distinct and, like, have a little bit more of a personality to them, whereas the ones in Adventure 1 are just kind of, like, chopping off segments of Sonic levels and just calling it a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Adventure does that a lot. The first one, at least, like, you got the main stages, and then for other characters, you just snatch a bit, and then you play this part as Tails, or as Knuckles, or as Amy, or as Gamma, or as Big.
Panics again.
It's alright. Still, I love Adventure 1, though.
Yeah.
Like, sorry, real quick. I was about to say, like, Adventure 1 is a game where it's like, I respect it for the legacy it left behind and a lot of what it introduced. But as a game to play, I do kind of think it is one of the more overrated games in the series.
Oh, it's definitely overrated for sure.
It's interesting. Like, both of the adventure games are not quite my thing. But my little brother, who, mind you, is 15 years younger than me, that is his favorite out of all of the Sonic games that I've got in my collection. He loves Adventure 1 on the GameCube. Let me be very clear, I cannot afford a Dreamcast.
You know, I will say, to interrupt real quick, that might be another reason why my viewpoint of Adventure 1 you might have to take with a mound of salt, because the version I've played of both Adventure games were the GameCube versions.
Ouch.
Yeah,
I've played both the GameCube version and the Dreamcast version, both through totally legal methods.
But yeah,
I
you
actually
were
did play Adventure DX on a console of a friend of mine a long time ago.
Panics again.
I used to live in a different area. Yeah, exactly. I played that. I played Heroes, and I played Shadow the Hedgehog's multiplayer, which I'm a bit of a sucker for. Like, it was fun at the time. I haven't played it in ages, but I do remember having a lot of fun just shooting my neighbor. You know?
Oh my gosh.
Freaking guns as Shadow Androids. It was mad fun.
Absolutely.
I get how awful that sounded out of context. I am so sorry.
Yeah,
I think it adds to the comedic effect, honestly. But no, it's just the one thing is my brother has not experienced the ending of Sonic Adventure because he doesn't want to play through Big's story.
Oh, that's so
yeah, that sounds about right.
And I'm like, but buddy,
that seems to be the filter.
Never heard of
thing. I was like, oh, so this is why people don't like Big Section.
Like, I've never played it. I don't know how bad it is. But like,
I would say like
most people once you figure it out.
Yeah, it's not like
you can figure it out and it still kind of sucks.
Yeah, like
it can be picked up doesn't mean it's entertaining.
Right.
So
You know,
And then you can get to play the epic supersonic fight with Chaos. You
and
only
it's like,
get half of the experience in Generations with Perfect Chaos, except you only fight him as regular Sonic and not Super. On the topic of that, I think Perfect Chaos in Generations might just be my favorite boss.
hmm.
The
I don't
Generations
know if
version, yeah,
many
it's a
people
fun
share
fight.
the sentiment, but like the rival battles are cool. And so is the Egg Dragoon. Time Meter, forget it. 3DS is superior on that aspect, I will say that. But like Perfect
Yeah,
Chaos,
that's like the one
I
thing the
don't
3DS
know what
version
it
has
is,
going
but
for it.
the fight is it's just so fun. Like even as regular Sonic, then you get instead of just the same old dash to win, you actually have to do some platforming, and the levels
Oh
are
yeah.
just awesome, and the music remix, it just fits perfectly, you know. It suits me just right.
Yeah.
And it's not as repetitive as the Egg Dragoon, for example. Like in Generation, you just boost, go through a to the rail, attack, and then the side scrolling section, he attacks. It's a predictable pattern, you know? But then with Perfect Chaos, you can just kind of go to different paths, and it's a lot more fun to me. It's a lot more engaging.
Hmm.
And then
You
the
know,
rival battles. I
you
actually
know,
don't
at
have
least they
the
have good
big opinion of it.
soundtracks.
Yeah, I mean, that's a must on almost every Sonic game. The soundtrack is almost never a miss. I say
There are
almost never
exactly
because
two I can think
Actually,
of that are misses.
yeah, that's that. You know what? Speaking of misses, like, if we're gonna go on to like doing more Sonic hot takes, and going back in line to what the cat sort of touched upon when it comes to Frontiers, I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like Frontiers felt like the start of like a decline in terms of like Sonic music, where it's like I just cannot really get with Frontiers' soundtrack as I can with like every other soundtrack that we've had thus far. Like
See,
it, hmm?
that's interesting though, because like I don't know most of that soundtrack, but I really like the vocal stuff from it. But I really like the vocal stuff in like most Sonic games, Forces
Yeah.
included. So that's not a surprise coming from me.
I mean that's
No,
fine. It's
I
like
haven't. No, speak up. Speak up.
you're
I'm
telling me to
serious.
speak up.
Speak up.
It's like so like it's so. I mean, I will admit, like I have not beaten Frontiers yet. I generally don't have the desire to keep going through it. Like I think I've kind of burnt away
That's
any
okay.
interest I have to play it. But from what I've heard of the soundtrack through like my own experience and also watching my friends play through it as well, like you have like all the overworld stuff. It's atmospheric. It fits the tone that Frontiers has. But I also feel like it's a soundtrack that could be plastered onto any other game. Like, there's nothing about it that really screams Sonic to me.
You know what? That's actually really valid. I agree with that. Like the island anthems, they're good, but they're not really characteristic. You know, like when I
Yeah.
think of Sonic Frontiers, it's either the vocal stuff or cyberspace, which I absolutely adore, by the way. But then when
Yeah,
you
the,
get to
the
the rival
cyberspace themes are
stuff,
fine.
like
The
it's
cyberspace
just
themes are
yeah.
amazing, and that's pretty much all I can say. The rest of the soundtrack, yeah, I agree. Good music. Don't think I really ascribe it to Sonic. It feels like the definition of Sonic can, like the whole Sonic can be anything thing is stretched a little thin with Frontiers.
Yeah.
The
Like I go to
only
Unleashed
one
and like that's distinctly Sonic music, even though it's all sorts of different genres. It's still
A lot of
it still has
jazz.
Right.
a very Sonic feeling core to it all.
Mm-hmm.
if you
Even
were to ask
Forces,
me
even though the music
track,
there is kind of bad. I mean, it sounds like just uninteresting Sonic music, but it still sounds like Sonic music. In Frontiers, all the music is pretty good, but it just doesn't
not
feel like
really
Sonic music to me.
Yeah, it doesn't take you out of the
Cyberspace themes are
experience.
just phenomenal, though. So I think that Cyberspace has just it is easily a highlight of the soundtrack for me.
I agree.
Somebody
Yeah,
asked what my favorite
true.
Sonic game is. I think Sonic 3 and Knuckles is definitely still up there pretty firmly, but Sonic Adventure 1's up there just because I really, really, really do like about like half of that game, and the rest of the game I don't think is too terrible. I'll say this, I don't think Adventure 1 has aged very well. That gets thrown around a lot, but like, you play something like Mario 64, where the core gameplay of 3D Mario has changed very little since then. But you can't say the same for Sonic, and it's not because Adventure's gameplay isn't, like, you know, good. Part of that is just because Sega just drifted away from that.
Right.
But, you know, you do go back and play Adventure, and you wonder, why does everybody want another one of these? This is not very fun. I think it's a decent translation of classic Sonic's physics into 3D, but you can really tell that there was struggles. You can really tell. And in Sonic Adventure 2, I feel like they went less insane with the physics ideas for the most part to just make it play a little more like a generic platformer with like a speed system. And I think that was honestly the right call for SA2, even though I don't really agree with it. I think just under those circumstances that they were facing, that was probably the right move to do, was to just kind of go easy on the Sonic-isms and just make it more like contemporaries. That said, it's not how I would do a 3D Sonic game, but I understand why they did what they did.
Yeah, as much as I like the 3D titles, no, finish. I'll talk in a bit.
Oh, okay. All I was going to say was I think the reason Sonic Adventure is so beloved is because it has been such a long time since we had anything even resembling Sonic Adventure. Not even just in structure, because, again, Unleashed very much feels like a successor. But just that gameplay, the way that platforming works. Because another thing about Sonic Adventure 1 is that Sonic Adventure 2, I know I said that it's very similar to its contemporaries compared to Adventure 1, but that's because like Sonic Adventure 1 did like to experiment quite a bit. There are levels that are almost entirely focused on much slower platforming. There's levels like Red Mountain that have a really good blend, and then there's levels like Emerald Coast that are like pure speed and spectacle feeling. Sonic Adventure 2 kind of it feels more like a speed platformer with spectacle. But it does feel it does kind of lean into the more like tame kind of raw platforming appeal that I think contemporaries did. Adventure 1 was just all over the place. You could tell that they were having a blast, but also were having a lot of problems. Either way, I don't think either one is a bad game. But I do feel like I slightly push more towards Adventure 1. Just because it does feel like it tries to... It makes a better attempt of trying to make sense of what a Sonic game could be in 3D. And over the course of the next games, they would kind of pull that back further and further and make it more like a different kind of platformer. And I don't think that was a completely wrong move, but it's not how I would make a 3D Sonic game. And now we've just got something that I guess you can, like with Boost, you can kind of call it Sonic, and it's not really like anything else out there, but you are missing kind of that core that the classic games and Adventure were trying to really bring to the forefront.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I agree.
Oh, there you are.
Listen,
So do I, actually. As much
there's
as I like the 3D titles, I'm more of a 2D guy, I guess, because I love Rush. I love the Advanced trilogy. I especially love Advanced 2 and 3. Like, I can't even decide which one I like the most. Sometimes it's 2 because of the whole go fast and the whole, speedy thing. But then there's 3 with the whole pairs and the locales being a lot more creative, except for Sunset Hill Zone, but that's another story. Like, it just hits me, and then you got the classics, and then you got Mania. And dang, I have a guilty pleasure that is Sonic 4. Fight me.
Listen,
I dare you.
that's not
Sonic
bad.
4 is trash, I know.
I've never played
I
it, so
still
I
had a
can't judge.
blast with it.
Look, I think that speaks to the thing that's really important about Sonic, though. Because they're always changing things up and maybe they get a little gimmicky, but there's something in this series for everyone. And that's one of the things I really appreciate about it. Like, just because not every game is going to be for me doesn't mean it's not going to be for somebody out there. And that's great. That being said, I gotta run. I have people to meet and places to be. But thank you so much for having me. It was really fun hanging out with you guys.
Yeah.
You have
take care.
fun with
Kick butt.
Wow.
Love you.
Bye-bye.
And see you later too, Lemon Crusader. Good luck on that boss. I think my biggest problem with Sonic 4 is the fact that it's trying to be something that it really, really cannot do.
Yeah, that's fair.
Play Repo? I've played a little bit of Repo. It's pretty good. I think it would be a good stream game.
About the whole
notion. So much fun.
Right there. They had the blueprints, several ones, and they somehow messed it up. Physics don't exist. Levels obviously rehashed, not even any sort of effort.
I think it is really
the
funny.
aesthetic, plastic, trash.
Oh, God. I think it is really funny. People get a lot of enjoyment out of like Sonic Generations and even Sonic Forces, classic physics, and it's a testament to like you can make bad classic Sonic physics and people will still find it pretty fun. But Sonic 4 is kind of the point of no return. Like you play that and it's like, what were they doing here?
Well, to be fair,
wait. Did you say Forces?
Yeah, there are people out there who find the Forces classic physics fine.
I beg your finest pardon. No, that is actual trash. I guess it's what Kat was saying. There's something for everyone.
I mean, compared to like Sonic 4, I don't know. Sonic 4 is like the bottom of the barrel. I think it was okay in Generations.
I had more fun with 4 than I have with
I thought the
Forces.
physics.
I know that sounds atrocious, but it's the truth.
Well, the sound,
with
the
4, you have
the
the
stage
homing
design,
attack,
the
which
stage
is
design in
pointless.
Forces is significantly worse.
Yeah.
I'll say that much. I think the
Even the
physics are
physics,
I don't think the physics are very good, but they're there. Sonic 4 is like the opposite problem. You have like Dimp's level design, which isn't very good, and then you have physics that it really feels like they didn't even understand Sonic physics when they made Sonic 4. It's really funny.
No, but with Forces, just play Chemical Plant, and then all the problems will start. Like, go. Why isn't he going like? Why isn't he speeding up when he goes down? Only when he's rolling, and even still, that's a 50-50.
Yeah,
That
it's
on
rough.
its own is
They
already a
really
huge
want you to
problem.
roll.
Yeah.
Well, you know
Listen.
what? Yes.
Honestly, I have nothing to say. Forces just pisses me off.
It's really
How bad?
unfortunate.
You know what? Just because I know they've been a bit on the quiet side, I want to make sure they have some involvement too. Ryan, do you have any input on this whole notion of like, what your preferences on Sonic games are? Like, what would you say is your personal favorite game or games in the franchise?
I like Sonic Unleashed for its story. You can fight me on that.
Oh no, I'm not gonna fight you on
No,
that.
that's fine.
Just for anyone who wants to fight me, I guess. But the controls are meh in that game. I really like Shadow Generations. I thought the controls for that were like almost perfect.
I still need to play Shadow Generations.
It's
Man,
so
we
good.
really
It's
live in a
so good.
timeline
I
where we
I
have
had
a good
so
Shadow Generations.
I had
Shadow
so much fun
Generations
playing
is
it.
the best boost Sonic game, hands down. It is crazy
Yes,
how good it is. It
absolutely.
literally
Oh my
they
God.
they literally took every single thing I did not like about Boost and like fixed it. It's crazy. Some of my biggest problems with Boost is that your controls are so restricted and you feel like you're piloting a tank. Air control is terrible.
Oh, yes.
Moves don't like barely flow into each other. That's especially bad in original generations. Like you will try to like do a you'll try to like do a homing attack after something and like there will be an arbitrary delay on the next move you do. It's really bad. Another problem that I have ties into the air control. Something I noticed about both Generations and Unleashed is that if you are in mid-air, you pretty much you can't change your direction at all. It is terrible in the 2D segments.
It's more so in Unleashed.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's unbearable.
It's more so in Unleashed. I learned that from Savannah Citadel Act 2.
Yeah, it's like you will like jump and then you'll be facing right and you'll try to go left and air dash left And then you'll air dash right and die.
Yeah, you can't do that in
Sky Sanctuary
in
and Generations is really, really bad.
Yeah,
because of that.
Yeah, Generations Modern Sonic controls like a stiff tank. That is true, and it's
A stiff
frustrating.
tank. He is supposed to resemble more of a race car, though, which they kind of did.
Like, he's running straight, yeah, but he shouldn't be so restricted. I guess a lot of those
If
are
race
also
car was the
against
point,
that
then they did a
because
good
it's
job.
somebody
But I'm
else's-
not trying to like do precision platforming with my race car. You know,
Right?
You gotta do better than that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's funny. Unleashed, I've been really hard on, and I still agree with that to a point, because on the original consoles it's designed for, it runs horribly, and there's terrible input delay, and that took me completely out of the game, and I couldn't understand how people enjoyed that. I think a lot of people probably gave it more of a slip because they probably played a lot of games on those consoles, or Wii games, God forbid, that just ran like that. Wii games ran so bad sometimes if they were third party. It was horrible.
Yeah.
Even like basic party games that looked terrible would run at like 20 FPS on the Wii, and you'd have the really jittery ass pointer with the Wiimote. It was god awful. And I hated those games growing up, and I stuck to stuff like even Mario Sunshine I almost couldn't stand because of the frame rate. But you know, I stuck I stuck to Galaxy. I stuck to just like Mario Kart and stuff that ran really well, because I would play a game like I would play shovelware on the Wii that ran really bad, and I'd be like, I can't do this. I remember playing the Halo 3 multiplayer disc, Mythic or whatever, and the frame rate on that is okay. And then I got Reach, and I was like, you know, I'm liking this game, but it runs terribly, especially in split screen, which was most of my time playing it. And the graphics looked real muddy because of the anti-aliasing they did, and it was not a great time. I think Reach was definitely designed for online play on a single screen. I feel like split screen on that game on the original console is not that fun. They tried. They really did, but it's rough. And so when I played Sonic Unleashed for the first time, and I was experiencing the same crap, it made me upset. Now that I've played it with Recomp on the PC at a good frame rate and a good resolution, dear God, I actually quite like it. It's one of my favorites now. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but I really like the Werehog, especially after taking time to understand it. Oz helped me out with a lot of that. But yeah, once you understand the Werehog and you know what to level up on him, you will become a god as Werehog. It's crazy good. It's actually like it's not as good as, like, you know, other fighting games and hack and slashes, but it's pretty good.
For like a game made in 2008, it's really good for a
Sonic
game made in 2008.
For a Sonic game that was copying other games made in 2008.
I
think it does a pretty good job. And dare I say it, I think it's one of the last Sonic games. I think it was genuinely like the final nail for Sonic, and led to the way Sonic is now and how it was 2010 onward.
I mean, honestly, I'm not going to blame you for thinking that, because I always held the opinion that, like, up until Frontiers came along and tried to do something with it, whether or not it succeeded, that is obviously more subjective. I always held the opinion that Unleashed was the last game in the series that really felt ambitious.
It was the last game that had, like, some semblance of actual soul, I would say.
Right, because it was after 06. It was like, oh God, we have to make something good.
Yeah,
guys,
so here's my whole here's my idea. You have Sonic pumping out, you know, middling games for a little bit. You have, you know, Sonic Adventure 2. I think, like, the GameCube version was, you know, decent.
It was better than how Adventure 1 was on GameCube, if nothing else.
Yeah. Adventure 1's port was rough. Then you have Heroes, which was really mixed and also obviously rushed as hell. Shadow the Hedgehog, which, I mean, I don't need to say much about that. So you had this streak of, like, just Sonic, like, people were getting kind of sick of Sonic games for a little bit, and they kept making them. And then Sonic 06 comes out, and it's this gigantic, ambitious project that they poured so much time, money into, built like a huge extension of their engine.
Well, maybe not enough time though. To be fair,
Yeah.
Well, they
Sonic
still
Next Gen,
poured a bunch of time into it. They just got nowhere near enough.
Right.
But it ended up being a piece of crap, and it got panned for that. That you might think was the turning point. And I would say it was only the start of it, because part 2 comes around where they do pretty much the same thing. They learned from that game and do it, but they do another really ambitious, nutso kind of experimental Sonic game. And they do a similar thing where it's like, you have all these diverse environments that they poured so much effort into. And then it also reviews bad. So that was probably like their last chance to actually give a damn about modern Sonic. And it still got panned. They're like, okay, you didn't like that last game? Well, here's a better game. And then it's like, no, this still sucks, guys. And I think that is the reason why Sonic took the turn it did. And it feels like they rethought the series going forward. Like in 2010, they must have rethought the series from the ground up and been like, all right, we need to handle this very differently.
Yeah, because that's like one thing that always kind of fascinated me with like this particular trilogy of games, like Unleash to Colors to Generations. Like, putting aside your own personal thoughts of it, Colors really did feel like they were actively trying to address like a lot of the loudest complaints that people had with Unleash. Like in order, people didn't like the Werehog. They wanted more of the daytime stages. Boom. A lot of Colors' stages were built like that, or at least as close to it as the we could allow.
Yes, absolutely.
Another instance being like a problem that people had with Unleashed with the daytime stages. They thought they were too automated. They would have appreciated having more platforming built into it. Then Colors comes along and is, compared to Unleashed, has a much stronger emphasis on platforming.
On platforming, yes.
And then you have another complaint. This isn't like exclusively towards Unleashed, but more so just like a thing that's been circulating with Sonic games for a while now, where people were kind of starting to get sick with the writing philosophy that they had with Sonic stories, where they take them maybe a smidge too seriously, and how the stories usually end up being about taking down this mythological behemoth that always usurped Eggman as being like the big bad of the game. And with Colors, they take a much more back to basics approach with the narrative, which having Eggman not only be the main villain all throughout it, but also having him be the final boss, which to put into retrospective, as far as the console games go, that hasn't happened since Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
Yeah, he's always unleashing like a deity or something. Colors really does feel like they just looked at the series and were like, we need to do something radically different this time.
Yeah, we just need to downscale everything.
They took everything that they heard the fans hearing, and they didn't know exactly what to do with it. And you get Colors. Kind of still a mixed bag. I would imagine it also suffered from not only having to be made for the Wii, but also the fact that after Unleashed, they were probably really scared to give a game their all again. I still like Colors quite a bit, though. It is.
Yeah, I will still fight that Colors is a good game that doesn't deserve nearly as much of the hate that it gets. Like, some complaints I get, but I feel like overall the growing hatred people have for it nowadays, I think, is a little bit overblown.
You get that game, and you get Colors Ultimate, and you get the Rainbow mod. It is, barring Sonic X Shadow barring Shadow Generations, it is it is the smoothest feeling boost game.
Yeah. Actually, you touch upon that real quick. That is something that I'll say that, like, again, not necessarily Colors' fault, but I feel like Colors Ultimate also played a massive hand in people's like recent hatred of that game now.
Yeah, well, now that it's the most accessible version of the game and it's just completely botched, it sucks. Rainbow is amazing. That is my second favorite boost game. Colors Ultimate with that mod.
Yeah, I want to try that at some point. My friend Logan's saying he's going to help me try to get that set up on my end.
It's phenomenal work. I'll say it's really funny how the most you need to do for certain Sonic games to like feel acceptable to play is just raise the frame, like get the frame rate stable.
Yes.
Like with all you needed to do with Unleashed is get it running well and without input lag, and suddenly, oh, it's pretty good. Because you really don't want those problems in a game with QTEs, in a game with like high speeds. It's a really, really bad experience. Rise of Lyric has that same issue, although it's a little more Ratchet and Clank. It's not as fast, but it still feels terrible because they're trying to make CryEngine run somewhere that it absolutely shouldn't. And it's boy, the engine is crying. Boy, is it crying. And people are like, oh, the demo runs so much better. What happened? A much bigger game happened. That's what happened. When you have more game, the rest of the game is probably going to run a lot worse. It's a reasonable question to ask. I don't want to act like people are idiots for, asking that question or being curious. But genuinely, I would imagine the demo runs so much better because it doesn't have to load so much more stuff and try and operate so much more stuff and chain everything together. It's really funny how that game ran on CryEngine and really suffered for it because CryEngine already struggles on consoles, and then they were forced to put it on the Wii U of all platforms. And now
I blacked over a bit. We're talking Boone, okay.
But
talking about Boone, Lyric. All right.
But like, fast forward to 2025, and one of the most like highly acclaimed games for its performance is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and it runs so well because it uses CryEngine, and specifically does a lot of like slightly older graphics techniques, and it still looks pretty good because the art directors and graphics people did a really good job with the art direction on that game. So, CryEngine comeback, I'd kind of like to see it because I remember when CryEngine was a big deal and then it was kind of a laughingstock.
Oh, that Gold brought up a good point. The whole notion of like colors is bad because of Roger Smith. That is also like another aspect that I think doesn't really. That is also another aspect against colors. Like that was like not counting free riders, which I don't think a lot of people do. Colors is like the first mainline game to introduce the current cast that we have going for it, and I personally like how they sound in colors, but I know for a lot of people that was a massive like adjustment to be made.
I would say Roger in colors, it sounds like a Disney character version of Sonic or something. Like Disney Channel Sonic or something.
Colors? Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't really like it or hate it. I think he sounds pretty cool in the actual gameplay. Cutscenes I don't think is that good, but I mean Roger's improved so much with Sonic that I don't think it matters anymore. Either way, I think the big problem with Roger Craig Smith in colors isn't even like his fault. It's more so just the fact that it's that too, but also you have Eggman, who is the exact same voice actor as before. You have Tails, who, sounds like a logical progression if you were to recast Tails. And then you have Sonic, whose voice sounds completely different. Like, it's not even funny how drastically different Roger's voice was compared to what came before. Because the transition from, like, Ryan... I mean, even the transition from Ryan to Jason, people were angry about, even though it was in a similar range and it was delivered similarly. People hated that. There were flyers around talking about boycotting because Ryan Drummond wasn't voicing Sonic. I need you guys to understand, those of you who did not live through this. Yeah, there were physical flyers that some people would put up in their local towns that were like, don't support Sonic 06, don't support 4Kids.
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't see it, but I saw people. Yeah, no, it's 100% real. You can look it up. I didn't see any myself,
Sonic the
but I saw the
Hedgehog
photos,
voice
and I was like, why do people hate this game?
It's like just hearing that about the lengths people went to in terms of their opinions on Jason to how they are now really shows how the turns have tabled.
Yeah, it's really funny. I was pretty hardline Ryan Drummond. I mean, I respect all the takes on Sonic, official takes on Sonic.
Yes.
And I like them for different reasons. But Ryan for the longest time, that he was Sonic to me, and he still is, honestly. I mean, all of them are Sonic.
Yes.
But Ryan was just my favorite. I loved his. God, he sounds so good in Heroes. It's crazy, and he sounds great in those recent Ask things that he did. Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
He's still phenomenal. And just specifically Heroes. Good God, he sounds good. Jason, I was a little more middling on, but mostly I would chalk that down to direction, because literally up until Unleashed, he starts out with a kind of nasally direction that's all right, and then
slightly stilted in the delivery.
Yeah, and around Rush in 06, he's like, "Hey, I'm Sonic," and it's kind of samey sounding for every line.
It's that weird rhythm.
Yeah. It's really just a direction thing, I've come to learn, because that's the thing about he comes from anime dubbing, 2000s anime dubbing, and that's just how you're supposed to sound, for the most part. Or well, maybe not how you're supposed to sound, but that's how you're kind of directed to sound. I can't diagnose the exact reason, but that is what I've come to understand about anime dubbing around that era. But yeah, it's and it's not even just Jason. You listen to Tails, it's the same thing. Knuckles, it's kind of the same thing. Just every character in that era is directed like that. And I would imagine part of it is probably because they just want to hone in. They want to have the actors hone in an iconic voice and not deviate too much. Oh yeah, the storybook games are his best work by far. But playing Unleashed, it really made me properly fall in love with Jason again.
Oh yeah, he's great in Unleashed.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, I grew up watching Sonic X and playing, Sonic and the Secret Rings and stuff. Just all that jazz. I grew up with Jason Griffith. And when I went back and played Advance as a kid, or watching cutscenes from Adventure, I still thought that was Jason. I just thought the games were so old that he sounded a little different. So I couldn't tell the difference as a kid. But the fact that the voices are similar enough to confuse little kids like me, but still had everybody in flames. Can you imagine changing that yet again with such a completely different type of voice? You're gonna get flamed. Sonic has the endless problem of if they do something new, they're gonna get flamed. If they do something that's the same, they're gonna get flamed. They're gonna get flamed no matter what, and it's a constantly moving target. And especially with the voice cast. I think the voice cast is in a decent spot right now. I like how everybody sounds in Crossworlds. I have some problems with the audio mix in Crossworlds. Sound effects are. I don't like the.
I think it's really overstimulating. I haven't even played it. I watched clips of it, and the music's really loud. The bass turned up all the way loud. I can hear all the sound effects at the same time.
Everything is fighting for dominance, and it's constant. And I believe this is just pure speculation.
Over here, voicing his lines, doing this, and you can hear him over the loud.
Great. Jamming. Great. Good.
Great. Good.
Yeah, it's constant, and it's always fighting, and it sucks. I love every part individually. Well, besides the vehicle sounds, I think I don't know. I don't like the vehicle sounds. I think TSR had them really, really honed in.
Yeah.
However, I do think the voices sound all right. I think the music is a little weak, but that's really not where my problem lies. It's really just how everything plays together.
Maybe it's temp music? I don't know.
No, I don't think. Not at this point. Definitely not at this point. I think that's genuinely the style they're going with. If it's temporary music, you would know. You would know for a fact.
Yeah.
What I think is happening, this is pure speculation. What I think is happening is this was a game that was genuinely originally meant for the arcades, because they have Sega's arcade racing teams working on this alongside Sonic Team. It's running on Unreal Engine 4, which means, every piece of hardware out there. Or no, it's Unreal Engine 5, sorry.
Oh, it's 5, okay.
Yeah, it runs on Unreal Engine 5, which every piece of hardware at least runs. which means modern day arcade hardware could probably run it. And the way it's mixed and the way that just everything looks, it feels like this was an arcade game that is being made into a full release because somebody liked it so much internally that they're like, why don't we put this everywhere?
Why would you just put it? Yeah.
In fact, I bet that a stripped down version might actually hit arcades in the same way that like certain Olympic games kind of got stripped down and sent to arcades, or like the way that Mario Kart gets sent to arcades stripped down with I think it's still Namco doing them. Although that's a pretty, well, they're different games, but the early, I don't know if they're still using this hardware, but the early Mario Kart Arcade GP, that actually used a modified version of the GameCube hardware called Triforce.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know if the new ones are. They might be using Capcom tech now. Or not Capcom, Namco. Ah, God.
Oh, I know.
Konnichiwa, comrade.
They might be using Namco tech now, but yeah, first one, that was on the Triforce. I don't know if they're still using Triforce for games. I know there's a Luigi's Mansion arcade game that's pretty fun, but I don't know what that's running on.
I don't think I know.
I don't know either. I just know that I want to play it.
Did not know that was a thing.
It's pretty good. I played it a few times. The first time I played it, my controller was a little broken, but I was still able to play.
Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of sad that arcades kind of like are just out of style because every time I've gone to an arcade, I've really enjoyed it.
I'm just annoyed because, as far as I'm aware, it is exclusively at Dave & Buster's, and there's not a Dave & Buster's near here.
Ouch. I went to a place called Heart of Gaming when I was in London. That place is awesome. They got arcade games just all over the place. Great arcade games. They got consoles with like EverDrives and stuff. You can choose different ROMs to play, and they got the original controllers. It's great stuff. Fantastic place. Dylan took me there. He also took us to it was like a gaming history exhibit at a museum. We checked out the rest of the museum because it was really damn good.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's one thing about the UK. They love their trains and they love their planes, and we got to see a lot of those. We got to see a lot of like British like home appliances, old computers, all sorts of stuff, and we finished our trip with just, oh God, we played so much, so many different like consoles and stuff in that gaming exhibit. It was great. I was playing Halo 1 and 2 with Dylan and his brother, and I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, I was whooping. we also went to a barcade. They had a PlayStation 2 hooked up. We played some Time Splitters, and I played that with Dylan and Bean. I'm not gonna lie, I was whooping. No, but fun stuff all around. I mean, I will say this, just to not leave them in the dust. I saw Dylan and Bean duking it out on Tekken. I could never play fighting games, and just watching those guys, it felt like watching two masters at work. Even though I know that they're like they're just like decently good. But God, it felt so fun watching them play. I think I still have some footage. I've been meaning to put together a whole video about my trip, but it's been like 2 years, 3 years. Oh my goodness. So it's like it'd be a long time coming. Yeah. If there's one thing I know about Sega, it's that they've never left their arcade roots wholesale. And I genuinely believe that
they love their arcade.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Crossworlds, to me, it feels like it either started as an arcade game and got ported later, or they're just trying to bring the arcade experience straight into the home as just a big like tribute to their roots. And I feel like it could really go either way. It could be both, honestly. They're like, this is a great arcade game, but let's bring it to consoles and PC too. Again, this is all speculation. But that's what I think is happening just based on the presentation and the audio mixing alone, especially the music style. I notice like a lot of arcade games that are like that, they tend to kind of tone down the music or they try to handle it a certain way so that all the other sounds can kind of take focus. And they're designed that way so that you hear those sound effects and voices from like across the arcade or like a decent distance away.
Yeah, that's
you hear
exactly
that
it.
and you're like, that's a big reason why Daytona USA, the original, took off so hard was because it was basically like a brand new type of game. Well, not really. It was a racing game, but, you know, there's the presentation, the 3D graphics were amazing for the time. The sound was amazing. You literally had Takanuma Mitsuyoshi singing his heart out, which was crazy. Like, vocals like that in an arcade game for the time while you're also doing amazing 3D graphics and it all runs at an amazing frame rate, which Daytona USA did.
Right.
Don't let the Saturn
Right, it was
you.
running at 30 on like arcade machines.
No, it was running at 60. That game was.
It was running at 60.
That game was fast, dude. Daytona USA was crazy. But yeah, big deal, dude. Huge deal. And just arcade games like that are designed to wow you from afar. And Sega has a history of doing that. All right, good work, Lemon Crusader.
Real quick, to go back to a topic that we had like hours ago, was there anything else that you wanted to like bring up as far as like your favorite Sonic games, Ryan?
I mean, not really. I did want to add that I think I like not like open world like in like Frontiers, but I definitely like the little hub worlds in like Sonic Adventure and Sonic Unleashed. In fact, I think I really like Sonic Unleashed. Sonic Unleashed's like hub world for
like
the Xbox version. It's just being able to like walk around in all like the different parts of the world. Even if it's like so like limited, I feel like it helps like makes like the world feel more like developed, you know?
I feel like I'm less bothered by the art direction in Unleashed over time. I used to be pretty hardline against the fact that it just looked like real life and then with some weird like DreamWorks NPCs, and I still kind of have issues with that, but I see why they did what they did. I mean, their reference was like seemingly just Sonic Adventure, and they probably didn't understand the fantastical elements there, and they probably didn't understand how to even stylize the humans. They've really struggled with stylizing the humans in 3D, I've noticed. Like Sonic Adventure 1 is a decent start because it's very, very anime, but the graphics are so like just I don't want to say bad, but the graphics are really outdated in there, and the human characters are really
so
low poly.
They're just
yeah.
They look like Mega Man Legends characters.
The actual mannequin.
Yeah.
The Burger Man mannequin that just looks like him because the graphics are so dated.
Yeah.
This isn't a diss it. I still think it looks gorgeous, to be honest. Like Pleasure Castle or whatever. That stage is really good looking. Emerald Coast still looks great.
Really good.
Mystic Ruins on the original Dreamcast version looks gorgeous. I love the look of Sonic Adventure 1. There's only a couple stages that I don't think look that good. Like Red Mountain, I think looks a little ugly, but it's so fun that I don't even care.
Inside or the outside?
Mostly inside, I'd say, but outside, I mean,
you're right, because the outside looks amazing.
Outside looks great. Anything that's like sunlit in Sonic Adventure, I feel just looks fantastic.
Yeah.
It's a shame that they kind of busted the lighting in DX because there's some, like, over time they made it worse and worse.
Well, you know what? Right. Since he hopped in, sorry.
Sorry. Oh, I was gonna say I need to get going now.
All right, take it easy.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
thank you for
okay.
hopping by.
Bye, everyone.
Yeah, I see you.
Well, I guess I could ask you, Noah, since you joined in not long ago. What are your thoughts as far as like, what would you say are like some of your favorite Sonic games?
Well, I mostly played a lot on the GameCube, so like Adventure 2, Heroes.
Adventure 2 Heroes. Those are pretty good. I love art direction in Heroes stages design.
Heroes is such a gorgeous looking game.
Yeah, it is.
Heroes is
as long as you play it on the GameCube, not the PlayStation 2.
As long as you play it on the GameCube.
You want to hear more fun game engine facts from me? Okay, so Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, they ran on, I don't know if there's an exact name for the engine they ran on. I think some of the formats were like Sega Ninja or something. I don't know if there's an exact name for the engine. But Starting with Sonic Heroes, they moved to an engine called Renderware, and part of the reason they did that, Renderware powers a lot of games from that era. The GTA 3, Vice City, and San Andreas come to mind. Shadow the Hedgehog obviously ended up using it because it used Heroes as a base. And the reason they chose that... Huh?
Well, I was just gonna add on to the list the fact that like a number of licensed games also used RenderRare, like Battle for Bikini Bottom used RenderRare.
Yes. Yeah, Battle for Bikini Bottom used it.
Oh, that one's a good one.
And the thing that was cool about Renderware is that back then when you were making games, you pretty much just had to use your own. Playing Minecraft? Maybe. That'd be fun. I could probably start like a local server and have some of the Adrenaline folks chill. I have a server for my friend group and not for the Adrenaline folks, but maybe sometime that will change.
I think we did talk about that at some point.
Yeah, I definitely can't do like a big public server though, because that would be way too hard to moderate. But
yeah,
we can do, like,
that would be a lot.
But yeah, the cool thing about Renderware is that back then.
Hey Shade.
Oh, hello.
Hey Shade.
Welcome.
Shade.
Welcome aboard.
Hello.
Hello.
Shade, what up?
Anyway, the cool thing about Renderware is that back then, if you were making games, you usually had to build your own game engine and rendering and stuff just to handle all that crap. And that meant you had to design it for either one platform or you had to go and port it yourself to all these other platforms that work completely differently. Nowadays, it's easy to take for granted the fact that you can put a game on pretty much any platform that's like a modern platform. But back then, like the Xbox worked completely differently from the PS2, which worked completely differently from the GameCube, and that only got worse slightly. Because while the 360 and PS3 were closer to regular PCs, the PS3 had a really weird architecture. The Xbox 360 was pretty much deadlocked into the DirectX framework that Microsoft made for graphics, which was an early version was used for the Xbox. PS3 just kind of I don't know. I don't remember if it was OpenGL or what, but its CPU was like ridiculous to figure out, and that's why a lot of PS3 ports kind of sucked, or games that were exclusive to PS3 didn't really go to other platforms. And then the Wii was just GameCube hardware again, so you pretty much just had to develop. You had to suddenly develop for GameCube hardware, which, unlike the 360 and PS3, you didn't have shaders. You didn't have all sorts of nice things that they had come up with for for the other consoles. You were just working with GameCube hardware more or less, with a little more.
Had, like, certain channels.
Huh?
But we had like certain channels, like photo channel.
Oh yeah, that too.
Yeah, that's not super relevant, but yeah, that was a thing. But yeah, 360 and PS3 were like they were similar. They were more similar than the PS2 and original Xbox, but they were still mad different. And then you had the Wii, which was just, hey guys, you want to develop for GameCube hardware again? Tee-hee. No. But anyway, when Renderware was most popular, I would say was or prolific, I guess, was PS2 and original Xbox era and GameCube. And again, if you wanted to make your own game at the time, you had to figure out how all these consoles worked and design a different version of, like, just slightly tweak your game for each of these platforms. And it was a chore. It's why you have cases where you have a game that is really, really good on one platform and then terrible on others. Or maybe it's good on two platforms, but there's one outlier. A good example of this actually is Sonic Riders, which did not use Renderware. Sonic Riders, I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second, but Sonic Riders on GameCube is pretty much like the definitive version. Original Xbox version is okay, and then the PS2 is terrible. Terrible. That's not to say that the PS2 is underpowered. It was just such a completely different beast. It had a similar problem as the PS3 later did, which was like its entire like CPU and GPU architecture was just wildly different. That's not to say that the GameCube and Xbox were very similar. They really weren't. But anyway, Renderware came in as a way, as basically these developers came together and were like, what if we made an engine that you could just deploy to these other platforms without having to fuss about it and do it yourself? We've already done it for you. So that's why Renderware caught on, because it already did a bunch of stuff that developers were trying to do, but maybe struggling or were sick of doing, but also allowed you to use it on, put it on different platforms easier. I wouldn't say it was totally easy. Sonic Heroes, they really actually struggled. But they kind of figured it out by the time they figured it out a little better by the time Shadow came out. But by that time, it was going to stop mattering because the 360 and PS3 were on their way.
Yep.
But yeah, that's why Renderware caught on. So starting with Heroes, they started using Renderware. They used it in Shadow as well. And then Riders is kind of peculiar. They used what's called the Sega NN library, which is used by quite a few games actually.
Oh yeah,
Sega NN. Let me see. There's actually there's tools on GitHub. There's a bunch of games that ended up using versions of that NN. That NN sort of library.
That like GameCube, Dreamcast era, right?
No, it was a little later. On the Dreamcast, they were using some libraries called Ninja, I believe. Funny story, actually. They for Sonic Adventure 2 on the GameCube, they made a special version of the Dreamcast Ninja formats called the Ginja. And if you, there are some mods for Sonic Adventure 2 that just completely replace that entire system with the Dreamcast Ninja file formats and stuff, so that you can mod it a little. You can get a little better parity with the Dreamcast version. Anyway, here's a list from GitHub. Sega NN tools. This I don't know how many of these are using them wholesale, or that using the NN libraries wholesale, but they share a lot of these games share DNA in terms of engine. Sonic Unleashed still uses some. I think Hedgehog engine is kind of an extension of what they were doing with 06. 06 uses a heavily improved version of, I think, the foundation they already laid.
Right.
Sonic Riders uses some stuff from it. Sonic and the Secret Rings, Zero Gravity, obviously, Black Knight.
Oh, I was about to say, Zero Gravity.
Some of the Super Monkey Ball games. Banana Blitz.
Ball.
Interesting.
Banana.
Sonic 4 Episode 1 and 2. Some House of the Dead stuff. Yeah, they really Sega has a really, really strong history of just using their own tech for stuff. So Renderer was kind of an odd one out. And that's why I find it so interesting that they're using Unreal Engine 5 for that Crossworlds game. It really makes me think that they were trying to deploy it to like arcade hardware or something.
Arcades.
But
yeah,
I don't know. It's just speculation.
I feel like
game engine trivia
that's a
because it
pretty
kind
strong
of
theory.
Yeah. I like game engine trivia because we don't get a whole lot of behind the scenes stuff about these games, and figuring out like the kind of the DNA shared between them I think is really interesting. I really hope I got my facts correct though, because a lot of this is just me trying to like figure out and like make these connections between things. Like, I'm not saying that 06 and Unleashed and Riders all run on the same engine, but they share a lot of engine DNA because they would just improve on their tech over time. I mean, 06 and Unleashed reuse a lot of assets between each other because they just had so much of that made.
They really wanted 06 to run on Hedgehog engine, but they were like, "Oh, we don't have enough time, so we're just going to do it for the next game."
That's interesting. I didn't actually know that.
They had 9 months.
I believe that's
that
what they
game.
said. Yeah,
it was 9 months of dev time. They had nothing
for 06.
Yeah, 06. They had nothing to work with 06.
Wow.
9
I'm
fucking months.
I'm still almost impressed that like it feels like with 06 they spent so much time on the engine and like all the day and night crap, and then just making everything look pretty and render pretty, and then putting in Havoc and stuff, and then they're like, "Oh God, we have to make a game."
Oh, okay.
Another thing too
Careful,
is that
careful on
the
swearing.
team.
There's some people who watch these streams and they got
Oh,
parents.
yeah.
The slightest mention.
Yeah,
of
I was about to
of a bad
say.
poop, it's gonna be a problem.
Another
don't
thing
wanna
too
know.
with 06 and the storybook games in particular is that the dev teams for those games were actually like the 06 dev team was split into the 3 story game or the 2 story games as well.
Yeah.
So
Right, like,
they had
funny
no
enough, like,
people,
halfway
through.
no time. It was gonna be bad.
Yeah, funny enough, like if I can interject on that real quick, did you know that Secret Ring started off as a Wii port of 06?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, because
that
there
makes
was
sense.
going to be a Wii port. There was going to be a Wii port, and that's exactly what they were going to do.
That makes
Like, no,
sense.
let's make something different.
Imagine the
Right.
universe where that actually happened.
I would love
the actual game.
I would love to see 06 running on the Wii. That would be really funny. How much worse it would
Right.
look, and how much.
Watch it
it's like-
somehow
it's like
ironically
Raid
taste
Crush
better
on
than
Nokia.
both the other console versions.
Right, I think. 06
I mean,
uses
being
Hollow,
clear,
but probably
Sonic
won't.
and the Secret Rings is a pretty decent looking game.
Yeah, it looks good for the
It's
Wii.
It's not like a very good game, but I honestly really do like its visuals quite a bit for a Wii
Because it
game.
was designed with the Wii in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another
Like
thing
Sega
that
always
gets,
struck me as like.
You go.
I was about to say, like, Sega always struck me as like one of the few developers out there that at least tried with the Wii.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta say, Sonic Colors, the reason that game looks as good as it does on the Wii is because it is quite literally using Hedgehog engine. A lot of people have been confused on that because for the longest time people were throwing around that Hedgehog engine is only graphics, which was correct.
Yeah,
it was a
it's
correct
not. It's
belief.
both.
Like it was a belief that made sense to have because that's kind of how GDC talks and stuff or whatever talked about it was that like, oh, this is
Yeah.
Hedgehog engine. It does all these graphics.
Hedgehog engine.
But no,
All
the
these
graphics you
yeah.
know from Hedgehog engine, that is only one component called Mirage. The rest of Hedgehog engine is just the full game
Right.
engine. It handles all the all the other engine level stuff like you'd get with Unity or Unreal or Godot, my beloved. Yeah, Colors uses Hedgehog engine, and I don't know if they use Mirage wholesale. I know they use certain features from it though, like the light field system that made Unleashed look so. Part of what made Unleashed look so good, where you like walk across a lit surface that's like very colorful, and the game is like, oh, we're gonna reflect that on whatever dynamic objects like Sonic or physics objects or NPCs are moving around in this area. That is also part of Colors. However, Colors Ultimate has that feature in there, kind of, but it's basically completely disabled. Yeah, that's why that game. That's part of why that game looks so flat. There's a lot of things wrong with Colors Ultimate graphics.
There's a lot of
lie,
things
but,
that are just like, oh, Sonic Colors.
but yeah,
Ultimate is,
there are a lot of features that Colors utilized that just ended up either being broken or disabled. That's another cool thing about Re-Rainbow. It reintroduces those features. It basically looks like Sonic Generations in terms of graphics, which is great. Re-Rainbow, I will always guess that up. It is such a good mod.
I'm trying to find the thing. I was looking at for the for 06 using Hedgehog engine because I know I saw that from somewhere. Or it was going to like midway, but it was like, wait, we can't use this. I think it was from a video somebody did where it was talking about the Hedgehog engine and its development. I think they just made the video just because there wasn't a lot of videos talking about the development of the engine, which is really good. It was a really good video, but I don't remember it because I watched it like 12 of them. Here it is. I found it. It's by Sif-esque.
I think outsourcing can be done really well. The problem is that Blind Squirrel is not very good at it, evidently.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't help. I'm going to be careful about the details I say about this, but Blind Squirrel basically, due to circumstances they kind of set up for themselves, they had to use a free and open source engine.
Right.
And they chose Godot, but they chose a very, very old version of Godot that didn't even support consoles. So they had to make a bunch of modifications to even get it to run on consoles. And it's It's a mess, but it works at least. That thing, the fact that game runs at all is kind of crazy. The fact that they were able to just slam together Godot and Hedgehog engine into like this sort of amalgam. Yeah, outsourcing can be fantastic if you do it right. Devil's Details did a decent job on the Generations port. Not a good enough job, but it was decent.
Okay.
And then Hardlight. I mean, Hardlight is technically a Sega studio, but it doesn't really operate.
Yeah.
It doesn't totally operate the same. But they did the Forces port, and the Forces port is all right. The PC port specifically. I think
that was all right as Forces can be, at least.
Yeah, I think they might have done the Switch port too, and the Switch port quite literally uses like lower detail assets that I think might be specific to that version, which is really interesting. Yeah,
sense.
outsourcing can be good if you handle it right, but sometimes you just get a big old sack of poop.
Right. That's
no other way to describe it.
Yeah, no.
Well, no other way to describe it that's appropriate for the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember that's the same way we were talking about it when Origins came out, and we saw that tweet from one of the people that weren't working on it with Sega Japan. It was like, "Oh, we need more time." It was like, "No, you have to do it by this time or whatever." A lot of constraints that one had.
It also wasn't exactly what Headcanon turned in either, because there was
Right.
a fair few changes made to it by Sonic Team after the fact, I think.
Yeah.
Oh man, Origins makes me sad.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, some good examples of outsourcing. Panic Button. They're a studio I'm sure some of you are familiar with. They're responsible for the ports of Doom 2016, Doom Eternal, Wolfenstein 2, and Rocket League to the Switch. And all of those are like magical ports. Some of them run bad. Rocket League runs fantastic, which is surprising because Unreal Engine 3 games historically have had a lot of issues with their Switch ports. In fact, for a while, the reason Hat in Time took so long to port to Switch is because Unreal Engine 3 was not cooperating with them. But they found a way to do it, and it kind of sucked. But you get Panic Button. You have Panic Button with Rocket League, which also runs on Unreal Engine 3. And that's a really good port. That's a really, really good port. It runs great, looks great.
Yeah.
Doom Eternal doesn't run so well. I mean, it runs about as good as it can. But, you know, it's a miracle port. Wolfenstein 2, also a miracle port. I bet those guys could get that Indiana Jones game running on the Switch if they really tried. I mean, it has mandatory
if they were
ray
ever asked
tracing.
to, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it has mandatory ray tracing, so I don't know. But Toys for Bob did not do Insane Trilogy. That was Vicarious Visions. But yeah, that is still a good example. I mean, Toys for Bob did Crash 4 and Spyro Reignite.
And the
trilogy.
Spyro Reignite trilogy, yeah.
Yeah,
both of which
Reignite
great
trilogy.
games.
Ooh,
Well,
that's so good.
I want to say great games, but I know like that there's a bunch of qualities between the two of them that are very divisive among their own fan bases.
I like Crash 4 quite a bit. I think they did a great job considering they were tasked with making a brand new Crash game for the first time.
Oh yeah, Crash 4 I think is fantastic. I was more so leaning more towards the Spyro Reignited.
I like what they did with Reignited in terms of gameplay, but I think their graphics lean a little too much towards that like Skylanders kind of Toys for Bob look. It loses a lot of the kind of dreamlike, painterly aesthetic that I think really made Spyro stand out for its time. Something fun about the this is going to be kind of a thing to explain. Something fun about the Spyro 1 skyboxes on the PlayStation. I think maybe the Spyro 2 skyboxes did this too. I'm not sure. But the Spyro 1 skyboxes, they are not textured. Instead, they basically took like a big old dome with a pretty high poly dome. It has a whole bunch of triangles, and they painted those the points of each triangle. They basically handled it as if they were painting on a canvas, but with the points of each triangle that makes up the dome. Those are usually called vertices. A single one is called a vertex. It is typically known as vertex colors. And they just painted the skyboxes like that. And that's why they look so dreamlike, and they don't really have like that low-res, like pixelated, blobby look that a lot of skyboxes are. Well, actually, on the PlayStation, it would have been like sharp pixels, like squares. But that's the reason they don't look like that, is because they just did vertex painting. And it's just in the mesh data itself instead of being an image. And I feel like that sort of artistry being lost in Reignited, you don't have to do the exact same technique, but, paint those skyboxes in a similar style at least. They went in a totally different direction with it. Kind of bothers me. I still think they're good remakes, though. I mean, very good remakes. It is no small feat. And I'd imagine they probably would have experimented a little more with the look if they weren't so, deadlocked into that task and had limited resources and budget and time constraints. I'd imagine if they were given, unlimited time, they probably would have followed the original game's looks a little more closely. But I like what they did.
Yeah. Here, I found the thing I was talking about. It was on the video on the development of Unleashed. It was talking about, I was like, sometime during or before the development of Shadow the Hedgehog, they were like, oh, wait, we should make a new engine, a new game engine. Then that's when they were doing Hedgehog engine. They were developing that, and they were like, oh, we can use this for 06 because of 06 stuff. They were like, no, we can't use it, and then they used it for Unleashed.
That's interesting. I knew that Hedgehog engine was in development for a while, but I didn't know they were going to use it on 06.
Yeah. I can totally see why. Like, you can kind of see what they were trying to do.
Yeah. I'm kind of sad that Hedgehog Engine 2 feels like Sega is just looking at what other game engines are doing, and they're like, oh, let's do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because with Hedgehog Engine 1, they made so many bespoke techniques. Like, I guess the light field system is kind of similar to the spherical harmonic stuff that some engines were doing at the time. But
for HE1?
Yeah, the light field stuff.
Ah.
But it was still like just a technique that they had developed in-house. There was a lot of those for Hedgehog Engine 1. A lot of them got stripped out in Generations, which is why it looks so much worse, and then even more stripped out in Lost World.
No.
And then Hedgehog Engine 2, they kind of it feels like they just kind of took a look at what other engines were doing and were like, oh, let's do that. Which is fine.
Right.
But I do kind of miss when things were a little more experimental with graphics. I would really like to see them figure out how the hell to render, like, have you guys seen those like universal mouth mesh blender rigs for Sonic where you can just slide the mouth all around the muzzle?
Those are so good.
Right, I've seen I want to say I've seen that for like a few mods or whatnot. That is really neat.
I really wish that they'd figure like that Sega in particular or Sonic Team in particular would figure out how to do that sort of thing in real time, because it's not trivial. I've had a few ideas that I need to test on that, but it's really not trivial. But I think if there's anybody who I really want to see do it, it's Sonic Team, because I feel like if they could just come up with all sorts of like amazing ideas to try and stylize the characters better than they already are. Because I mean, honestly, the coolest thing they've really done in recent years, in my opinion, has been the fur shader for the characters in Frontiers, where...
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so for those who don't know, the way that Sonic's fur has been historically textured is they would just paint the fur lines directly onto, like, a flat image. And that's why, like, at certain areas, like the ends of quills and, like, the brows and stuff, it looks really low-res.
Yeah.
It's because you only have so much texture space. Well, starting with Frontiers, the fur texture is instead like just a flat, noisy texture. And then they map it to the model with a special flow map that kind of... they basically paint the direction they want the fur to be in. And that way, you can also... it's a little more flexible that way, too, because you can change how that fur looks. You can change the... without repainting the whole thing or changing the parameters too hard. It's really smart stuff. I urge anyone to go and look more into that. I think they literally call it a flow map. If you're looking for keywords, but it's really cool. They use it in Shadow Generations as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, cause in Forces and anything like before, everything before Frontiers, they just did that fall off map.
Yeah, which is a good approach, especially like Unleashed era, because flow maps and stuff. Older versions of like graphics APIs like DirectX, they were much more limited. I don't think you could do flow maps like Frontiers in raw DirectX 9. You could probably do it in DirectX 11. Well, actually, no, you could absolutely do it in DirectX 11. But DirectX 9, I'm not so sure. But yeah, the fur flow maps, it is such a better looking way of doing Sonic's fur textures and stuff, and just the character fur textures. It looks really good. You don't get like the low resolution problem at the end of his spines. It's all a consistent resolution. It's smart. I see why they did what they did, and it's one of the last times I've seen just a really cool rendering technique get put in that is kind of unique to Sonic. I kind of understand why it's kind of stagnated, because a lot of games are doing crazy shaders and stuff, and kind of hard to keep up. Yeah. But I would like to see Sonic Team just go back to that, like coming up with all sorts of wacky stuff to stylize their worlds.
Another thing too, is its budget. The guys, they don't get any money anymore.
Yeah, that too.
They just don't get money anymore. Frontiers was like the first time they've gotten like a lot of money off of something, and that was like it showed with Shadow Gens. Because the money they made with Frontiers went straight into Shadow Gens, and that's why Shadow Gens is as good as it is.
I still love the cutscene animation in Shadow Gens, even though it's mostly mocap, but it's cleaned up so much that
so good. Like
it even looks better than Unleashed.
In areas.
Right.
Sorry, I got a glaze. In areas.
Yeah, I still think Unleashed is the better looking game overall, but like cutscene animation, Shadow Generation I think is the best we've had in a very long time.
Yeah,
I remember I
didn't even realize. Yeah, no, I didn't even realize it until Black Doom came up, and even then I was like, "Oh, Black Doom's obviously mocapped, but Shadow isn't." But no, they're both.
They're both mocapped.
Yeah.
It's really good stuff. And it's crazy. Well, it's not that it's crazy. It's just kind of sad that it took from Unleashed to Shadow Gens to get to that same level of quality.
I'd say
those games are like 16 years apart.
Not even like 06. Mainly.
I'd say Unleashed is like still. I don't like its art direction as much as later games, especially Sonic Colors, but I still think it's like the best looking Sonic game, bar none.
Yeah.
If you had if you had like Colors Worlds in there, Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus. Oh yeah, it would be.
What was I trying to say? I was trying to say 06 does use mocap, but I think you're right, Shane, because the way that the way that Unleashed does it, it leans more into that stylization, where in 06 it's just mocap. Because
just don't look too hard when you're restoring the Gaia temples.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is where it's at its worst. I'd say a game that's I'd say a bad mainline game is worse than a bad spin-off game, but I think a big problem is that the bad spin-off games, or rather just spin-off games, sometimes just take up such
a long amount of dev time.
They exist for so long. Like you can go, especially with Sonic, like you could go a long time without a good Sonic game, or without a mainline Sonic game, I guess, in general. And then you'll have like a spin-off in the middle of it that isn't that good. Or you have something like TSR where it's a good game, but it gets no support. But that's the Sonic game you have for the next like 2-3 years.
Right.
It's rough. I think that's why some people weren't so, me included, weren't so impressed with Frontiers, was because the last Sonic game before that was Sonic Forces.
It was Sonic Forces, yeah.
You had Sonic Forces, and then you had TSR, and then you had Frontiers. I'm pretty sure that's how it went.
The Frontiers.
Yeah, that's exactly how it went.
It's like we waited so long for
Right.
Sonic Frontiers. Oh my god! And I mean, I see why it was the way it was. Games are getting really hard to make, and I've become more sympathetic to that over time.
Right.
And especially with the conditions, especially with Japan, Jesus. But like, you know, all around the world it's getting hard to make games. So it's not even just a Japan thing. It's just that Japan already happened to have a pretty strict working ethic, and you take everything else going on in the industry and apply it to that, and it's like, oh god.
Yeah. Plus, making video games, it's even worse.
Oh god. You got to be sympathetic to like fan projects too. There's a lot of people who are like, "Oh, why are these all test stages?" Or, you know, "Why are these all test engines?" It's like,
well, sorry
because
that I got a job.
Not even Sonic team can figure this out, and it's literally their job.
Right.
You think a couple of 16-year-olds are going to be able to do it? No.
Right.
No.
Like somebody's
the Magic
16-year-olds, they gotta.
The Magic 16-year-olds they need to meet are off making their own things and maybe not even caring about Sonic all that much, and just, you know.
Right. They're trying to figure out how the Hedgehog engine works, and they have to.
They got to figure out how to do taxes. That's what they've got to do.
They got to figure out how to do taxes. Too.
They got to figure out how to do taxes.
And get
their high school diploma.
Bro.
That's what they've got to do.
Yeah. What's your favorite Eggman or Robotnik voice? Honestly, I gotta say, I think like Mike Pollock around the Unleashed era, and like midway through that and 4Kids, I think he was fantastic. I don't really like how his Eggman voice has become, and that's not to mention like that's not to talk about just him as a person. That's a whole other conversation.
Right.
That's a.
I think that just kind of
he
like
has soured. He has
more.
definitely soured his reputation with the larger fan base, and I don't really want to. Ascribe to that to how I feel about his voice, because I do really like his Eggman voice from like 4Kids era to Unleashed. I feel like a little after that he started kind of.
He's not. He doesn't really sound all the way in it.
That one cutscene in Frontiers, I think, really exemplifies what I don't like about modern Eggman's direction.
Well, I think a lot of that has
Sonic,
to do with
it's now or never.
Oh,
I mean, to be fair, I think that has a combination of two things. One, Frontiers' overall voice direction, because Frontiers has a much more somber tone with its voice work compared to the other games, which I get why they went for it, but it leads to a lot of like really underwhelming line deliveries.
Yeah.
And the second factor is the fact that Mike is kind of getting old.
Absolutely.
If I may butt in. My thing with Frontiers' voice direction is Sonic sounds like your white coworker that wants to go get like dinner at like 5. Like that's how I see it.
You want to go to Red Lobster?
That's also like another thing that I find really.
You want to go to Cracker Barrel? It's like, dude.
like Roger's Sonic voice.
Dude.
He sounds amazing at conventions, and he sounds amazing as that one character, Zag or whatever his name is. People were posting it and being like, "Oh, Supersonic sounds like this in Free Riders," when it's not actually Free Riders.
It's not even. It's not even Free
But
Riders.
he sounds really good there.
Yeah, he sounds really good.
I wish Sonic sounded more like that instead of
My
It's over
personal. It's over again.
All right, sorry, you were saying Hyper?
I was just saying, like, I find it really funny because, like, I've seen a lot of people who, did not like Roger for the longest time kind of, like, turn around on him and, like, really appreciate him purely because of his voice direction in Frontiers. And the reason I find that funny is that, when you ask a lot of people, like, the most common complaint that a lot of people have when it comes to, like, Roger's take on Sonic is that it sounds too deep, or at least too deep compared to, like, the previous Sonic voices. Then you have Then you have Frontiers, where he's even deeper than he usually sounds, and those same people that bash that just all of a sudden love it now.
I think it's just because they let him lean into it. They kind of were like, you know what? Sonic sounds deep now. And I don't really agree with it, but it's all right.
I just find the irony
even
of it
Roger
really
seemed to be a little weird about it at like conventions, but
he was like
when he does like Sonic voice stuff at conventions, he sounds amazing. He sounds really, really good. But there's basically no Sonic game where he sounds like that.
Yeah,
I'd love to hear. I'd love to hear him really leverage that talent. They let him leverage that talent of his, because I feel like I don't know. I don't really like the Frontiers direction, but it feels like it's specific to Frontiers because you look at everything else surrounding it and everyone sounds fine.
Yeah.
Knuckles sounds really good, though. I'll say that much. I love how
Yeah.
Davy Mitchell's Knuckles has kind of morphed.
Yeah, I'd argue that's to date his best performance as
Glad I got
Knuckles.
to meet
Absolutely.
him. Oh, he's really chill. Oh, I got to meet him from a recent convention.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice.
It was in Revo.
Oh, it's
Oh, right,
awesome.
right,
Yeah, I mean, Sonic's always sounded like a surfer, but surfer is also kind of broad. No, just kidding. Surfer's kind of bored.
Yeah.
Surfboard. But yeah, surfer's kind of a broad net to cast, I'd say, because they all kind of sound like surfers. It's just one of them is whoa gnarly, and one of them's whoa gnarly.
Yeah. Like,
Whoa, gnarly.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Jason definitely had that kind of like.
Jason to me sounds like a pothead. Like
you know, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, I love him
like,
in
at
Unleashed
least-
and
at
the later
least,
games.
like
But
later Jason, early Jason, he just sounds like he's got like something shoved up there, like something up his nose.
Yeah, like
It's
particularly in 06.
Oh yeah.
Specifically 06. It's not no other game. It's
Jump!
just 06. Like I'm pretty sure
Jump!
because
It's
if
so
you look
bad, dude.
if you look in Shadow the Hedgehog, his Sonic is okay there, at least from what I remember. It sounded fine.
Now, like, I
didn't
remember
grow
him being fine in Shadow, with the material he was given at least.
Yeah.
Right.
It sounded okay.
also,
That
dude,
shit
Shadow-
Sonic, like,
Dean Bristow is a really, really good actor. If you guys haven't familiarized yourself with Dean Bristow outside of Sonic, check out his roles in other stuff. I'm so sad he's gone, man. He was so
it's
good.
like-
at it.
Right.
Honestly,
I
that
should
is
do
something
that.
I need to do more of, because it's like, when it comes to like every other Eggman actor, we have like a good idea of like what all they've done outside of Sonic. With Deem, I don't really hear a lot of people like, give him props for anything he's done outside of his time as Eggman.
He's in a lot of games from that era, like English dubs.
Games, yeah. It's in Diablo too.
He was really, really good, and I love his Eggman. Heroes really feels like the apex of everybody's performances.
Yeah.
From that cast.
It's always the last game they voiced in where they're at their best.
Oh, right. I forgot. I was confused because I was on the behind the voice actor site, and I remember in the last thing they have on there is that he was in Zero Gravity. I was like, wait, what? He's in Zero Gravity?
Oh, that's
I
because
forgot.
that and the original writers archived a lot of his audio from, I think, SA2 for the
forgot.
gameplay bits.
They're probably
Yeah, because I remember you mentioned that one time. I was like, oh, no way. I
Yeah.
didn't realize that.
Now, why they did that is up for debate, but yeah.
Something else kind of funny about
really like it.
A race to see who's the fastest.
They're gonna release a game where everybody sounds literally perfect, and then we're gonna know that they're on their way out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this, Roger will sound like the perfect Sonic voice. Mike Pollock or whoever they end up getting, because things are looking kind of shaky for him right now. Will just sound like the perfect Eggman. Knuckles will be perfect. Tails will be perfect.
You know
Andy will be
what?
Everybody will be perfect, and then we'll all know from history. It's like, oh god, they're recasting them literally the day after it releases.
It's recycling.
You know what? In that hypothetical scenario, I'm gonna feel really bad for whoever voices Eggman in that, because it's like he gets to shine in one game, then all of a sudden everyone's gone, unless they decide to let him have a chance to audition again, like they did with Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, right. That is what they do. Like, man, I keep on forgetting about that whole like recast fiasco. Everybody was like, "Oh my god, they're recasting." It was specifically
bet
like leading up to Frontiers.
This is complete speculation, but I suspect what might have happened is they probably tried to 4Kids cast that cast with the Prime people.
Oh, ooh, that might have. Ooh,
I don't have any like real evidence for this, but I feel that it feels like just history repeating itself, just so that they could have like a consistent
that makes a lot of
games
sense.
brand voice acting cast.
Because
It could be the case.
Again, though, complete speculation. Don't take that as like a legitimate thing.
No.
Oh, probably not.
That
but
seems a bit plausible. I can see what you mean by that.
I think.
Yeah, I could see that, and honestly, if that were to happen, that would make me a little bit split because, like, I've grown attached to the cast that we have now. You know, barring what all you said about Mike. At the same time, though, I also really like the Prime voice cast. Like, I think they deserved better than what they were saddled with.
That's true. Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
Like Devin Mack, I think honestly is like
I met Ian Hamlin from Expo. So.
Like honestly, Devin Mack, I think for my money is like the closest thing to a perfect Sonic voice we've had.
Devin's great, man.
This Sonic is great. His personality outside of Prime is just also amazing.
It's great that
as well.
It's great that he has his roots in Newgrounds. I grew up watching a lot more animations with him in them than I thought. Finding out that he was
I didn't know that.
Finding out that he was in that Mario and Luigi Jingle Bells short from some compilation was crazy. The one where Luigi's like, "Shut up before I stab you."
Stab you. I did not know that was him, man.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy.
He was also in that one Sonic short where he was like helping them. He was like asking the bird something.
He was in
and Eggman was like, heart attack. That one.
He was he was also in he was in this thing called ... which was like a voiceover and like dramatic reading of a review of somebody's game on Newgrounds, and it was like really bad English, and it was it was just a really stupid review. Yeah, he voiced that. Insane. Oh yeah, another funny thing about voice acting. You are going to notice, this is also something that I want to be careful about how I talk about it. You're going to notice a lot of Genshin Impact talent joining the Sonic cast, I wager.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you're right. I just remembered.
I imagine it's probably because they're a little bit on the cheaper side to recruit.
Yeah.
Well, also,
isn't it because of the strikes or whatever?
Yes.
Yeah,
in fact, one thing you may have noticed is the recent hubbub about one of the male voice actors in Genshin being on strike, and then there was a guy who had no idea the strikes were happening because he lives in Japan, was asked to scab for him, which means to basically cover for an actor while they are on strike.
Yeah. Whoa.
Not ethically, mind you. And I don't want to put that. I don't want to put that blame on.
Oh, hey, Gerbil.
I'm Jacob. I'm Jacob.
I don't want to put the. I don't want to put that specifically on the new person that they casted, but it is what happened.
Yeah.
What happened?
Oh, Hugh brought up a good point. Like, what's up?
The voice actor.
Just bad stuff all around.
Yep, Kevin Afghanis. Kevin Afghanis started as a Genshin actor, and now he's voicing goddamn Mario.
Yeah.
It's me,
Genshin. Not my Mario. Who agrees?
Also, fun fact: he's Forsburn in Rivals 2.
Oh wow!
He's who in Rivals 2?
Yeah, he's in Rivals 2. He's Forsburn.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Hashtag not my Wario. Who agrees?
Dude.
Not my Wario.
Yeah, you're going to notice a lot of Genshin talent coming into Sonic. In fact, you've heard two of them already, REM and Professor Victoria.
Crystal.
Right.
Yeah,
Funny thing about REM, like, if I'm not mistaken, like, she also was a female Byleth.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
That took me by surprise. I was like, no way.
Oh, you know what? I need to double check something real quick, because if that is going to be the case, I need to double check if a certain actor I'm thinking of is in Genshin.
Yeah, what I'm going to
right now.
Something I will say is it's Sonic is in a very funny circumstance where it is kind of one of the last bastions for union talent right now.
Oh yeah, I
because
guess so. Yeah, that's right.
Everywhere, like so many other projects are just not safe to work on for union talent, but Sonic, I guess, happens to be.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike Pollock, pancreating.
Fired from Genshin? Don't worry, this Hedgehog's always got room for more friends.
You know, even though you stole my game of the year.
Right, I was just about to say.
We'll steal your we'll steal your talent. And by steal, I mean nurture. But yeah,
Yes.
it really sucks what's happening to voice acting. I was kind of, I kind of didn't want to, delve too far into it because
right, and that's because
obviously
of the
being
AI
on a
stuff.
live stream, I have to be a little close-lipped, but
Yeah.
I do want to at least inform people that there are rough things happening in the voice acting industry, and
Yeah.
you're going to start seeing some very interesting faces join Sonic. I don't know the full story there.
I think it was mainly just like.
I couldn't tell you who's voicing
make-
Zaz now because that's definitely somebody different.
Oh,
No, it's Liam
yeah, that's
O'Brien.
right. But
I'm positive it's Liam O'Brien.
No, it's not. You compare the voice, and it's.
No, I don't think it is.
If it is him, he is doing a wildly different voice for some reason, but I don't think
Yeah.
it's him.
Yeah, but they did a whole different voice direction thing for Crossworlds. Like they did like a different thing. They used a different studio and they used a different director.
Oh,
Interesting. Okay, it could still be Liam, but I don't know why he'd sound so because it sounds like a different person. He's got a good range, but it sounds like a totally different person.
Yeah. Wait. Let's see.
Me, I want to find out who's voicing Wave.
Yeah.
Sigh.
Oh, that's right. I want to see.
No, I'm surprised.
Hello?
The voice.
No.
I'm surprised Sam Regal, the voice of Donatello, voices Or.
I know who voices Wave and I know who voices Storm, but I'm not allowed to tell you guys.
Is it you that's voicing them?
Skrilla and
No, I
Ouija
actually-
Panda.
No, I actually do. I actually genuinely do know who's voicing both of them. Like I was.
Oh shoot. Oh,
that's crazy.
And it's
You gotta-
probably
yeah,
who you
keep it
expect.
zip.
It's nothing
Yeah.
crazy. They
nothing
would
crazy.
never hire someone crazy for the Babylon Rogues. Is all I'm saying. All right. So
right.
have that
I
expectation
was just about to
going
say,
in.
I was thinking about
Hey,
who they're gonna
his
get
voice
to get
cast is a lot
because
bigger than I expected.
How long do you think it'll take
It's
him to
always
get him
been
what he
weird.
needs?
Dude.
Hold on. How long do you think it'll take him to get him what he needs?
To get him what he needs.
And the fucking I don't know. Several.
Watch your mouth.
Sorry, I
Watch your mouth.
apologize. Force a habit. I'm sorry.
Wait.
WWE
what? Did he
SmackDown,
swear?
shut your mouth. Yeah, he said the F word that rhymes with truck.
I didn't.
I
What?
apologize.
Cock. Lol.
Man, you're just making it worse. Now a bunch of people are
I
gonna look
love-
that up and
I
be
love
like,
my
"What?"
favorite Sonic animal.
What does
I
that
love
word
Cookie,
mean?
guys. They
It's all right.
changed
We're
his
just
name to
talking about
Clucky,
the chicken flicky.
Guys,
Yeah.
look up if
They
you're
changed his name
curious.
to Cut and
Look up
Clucky, though.
Cuckoldry. It's a new Sonic character that's coming out in the next Sonic game.
Come
Be
on,
excited
come on
and look it
now.
up. To
Come
find
on
out who it is.
Dude.
We're coming up on 4 hours. I should probably cut this off because these guys are gonna be saying some nasty things.
I'm not gonna. No, don't make me look bad.
Show us what you got.
No, don't, no.
No, I mean,
don't-
show us what you
don't do
got
that,
in
don't
terms
do
of
that.
the dub.
Oh,
I mean, in terms of the dub.
yeah.
What did you think he made, you filthy man?
We got
Good
pretty
sake.
far.
No, for old time's sake. All right.
How do they just keep coming?
Who knows how many could be packed inside the walls?
They're not exactly the toughest bots, but this isn't gonna hold forever.
I've got an idea. Get ready to follow me.
Right behind you, bud.
Up here, Bolt Brains. Let's put those explosions to good use.
Nice. Hold on tight. We're getting out of here. Keep your hands and arms inside the vehicle at all times.
Ah, okay, never mind.
Everybody good? All right. Follow me. Last one out's
Oh,
Rotten
that's awesome.
Eggman. Uh-oh.
I am not getting smashed to splinters in this dump. Get ready, Tails.
Huh? What? Whoa!
Hey, not bad. I think I'm all secret based out for today. How about you guys? Yeah! That was fun!
That was horrifying.
It's actually pretty normal for us. I guess I should let the others know what happened. Oh, there's a message from Rouge.
Tails, we've got trouble on our end. I need you to meet me in White Park ASAP. I'll fill you in when you arrive. Sending coordinates now. Drop Sonic off at the chateau to help Amy and the others. Rouge out.
What was that all about?
I don't know, but it sounds serious. We should get going.
Those faces.
Yeah. Okay, puppety girl, we're gonna bounce. Nice knowing you.
Wait, could I get a ride, maybe?
What's up?
Sonic! We can't just leave her out here. She just saved me. Twice.
Not cool.
I promise I'm not looking for trouble. Let me prove it to you. Also, the place I was hiding out in is full of badniks now, and I don't really have anywhere else to go, so...
Fine.
Shut up.
We'll take you to White Park.
Oh, thank goodness.
All right, let's fly.
Pick a wing and hold on tight.
Thank you so... Wait, a wing? I don't think I like flying.
You didn't fall off. I'd call that a win. Couple more flights and you'll get the hang of it.
Sonic! I knew you'd come.
You did.
No, but I'm not complaining. I came down here to see if I could find Rouge. She called Tails, right? We could really use his help figuring out which parts to take. Hey, where is Tails?
We heard from Rouge. She needed Tails for an emergency. You don't know anything about that?
No, there's still some snags, but I wouldn't call it an emergency. Super weird. Let's head up to the penthouse, Sonic. Maybe you can bust open the... Hi, you're...
Belle, she's helping out.
Neat! We can use the extra hands. Come on! Almost there.
Awesome. More spooky old robot junk. Nothing could go wrong with that.
Mr. Sonic, it's terrible! We can't break the cage without hurting the poor Chow! And there's so many locks!
Locks? I can do locks.
You can?
If there's something that could use a little tinkering, I'm your girl.
Hooray! Thank you!
Whoa, well, okay then.
I'm Cream! What's your name?
Belle, nice to meet you. Hey, is that guy...
The big meanie? Yep!
Oh, okay.
What's up?
I didn't want to worry Cream, but I've got a bad feeling about Rouge and Tails. If Rouge changed the plan, she should have told me. We need to find them.
Yeah. I'll do a sweep outside. If they're anywhere in White Park, I'll find them.
Good luck. Where did Mr. Sonic go? To go get Tails. He'll be right back.
Our situation is still extremely tenuous. We do not have time for it.
Uh-oh. Clutch!
Subject was confirmed unconscious moments ago.
Haven't you kids ever heard of playing possum?
Come out and fight fair!
Turnabout is fair play, missy. Do you know why I leave my door unlocked? It's because the folks who know why aren't foolish enough to cross me. And the folks who don't won't make it out alive. So long. Good doing business with you.
I still need to edit the click thing here. I'm gonna do that later and just retime.
Adam Sandler, click.
Yeah, man.
It's really good.
It's not quite done, but it's pretty close to done. Or well, close to over.
We can take this guy. Come on, G-Merle.
Acknowledged. Engaging at full power. Cream.
Sawdust. Badniks again.
Yeah, and that's pretty much where I left off.
That's alright.
Sawdust. Badniks again.
Sawdust, badniks again.
We're in quite a bad situation.
Something I really want to do is I need to see if I can get like a widescreen version of this and also get it transparent so that I can use the animated speed lines I made here. That'd be pretty cool. Old drunk
Why does the pasta smell
because
like
he is, maybe.
Hey man, are we allowed to talk about Mario on these streams or like what?
No! No!
Okie dokie.
Okay, sorry I even freaking said anything.
Oh no.
It's okay, I'm not mad at you.
Oh God is here! All right,
The
we got
Half-Life
it. We got
zombie
it.
sound effect.
Mario!
That was really good.
We at war, and he
I did a bunch
won.
of sounds like that for the Zombot skin and Overclocked. I did like 10 minutes of those. I think they only used like 3 minutes of it. All right, we got to get out of here before we get Luigi in here too, because that's when things get really bad.
That will complicate
I'm a
things.
total